Hey everybody, this is Perch. Before we get into this mail, people will text me, various outrages, things that are going on, and there's an outrage right now for a Netflix show called Paranormal Park, I believe. I think that's the official name of it. Anyway, it's an animated show, and one of the characters is trans, and people are suddenly I guess discovered it, found it. I don't know. It just like Elon Musk is commenting on it. It's like we're getting the woke flicks stuff, and I mean that's fine. I think you could object to it all you want, but the part that's weird to me is, and this has happened a lot. I don't know if it's happening to any of you, but this show is not new. Like and it's not. I'm not. Again, this isn't an argument whether it's appropriate for 7-year-olds or not. It's not appropriate for 7-year-olds. But it was out in 22. I looked this up. It was out in 22. It was canceled for like immediately. Like they got one season and was not renewed. Again, this isn't an argument whether the show is good or bad, but I wonder, like what what happened here? Did people? I mean, it's fine if you miss it. It's just it seems weird to me to bring up something from 3 years ago and be like, this is an outrage. You got Elon like, this is not okay. It has to be stopped. Yeah, it was. It was 2 years ago. Like, it didn't survive a season. So why is it? Why? And I see this happens in comics a lot too. Is people get like suddenly there will be an outrage, and it's like I would love to get the backstory of what happened. Were people like just wandering around Netflix, like just clicking around looking for things, and it's like, I wonder, like, do they put in trans as a keyword and see what comes up? And it's like, holy shit, this show has a little devil in it. This show has demons in the cartoon. It's some kind of demon amusement park or something. Anyway, and then for like. Immediately they get the screen grabs and they go viral, but they're protesting something gone. Like it's weird to me. It feels a little bit similar to this is an exaggerated version, but people on the other end of this political spectrum. Like, have you heard of this Hitler guy? He's really bad. We need to stop him because he's bad. Like, it's okay. Anyway, it's whatever. Maybe they're asking for the show to be just removed from Netflix entirely. I guess that's the plan. But anyway, it's just weird. And then you see all these rubes in there coming in going like, this show cannot get this show can't get a second season. Why are they? It's like, nope, it doesn't. Anyway, whatever. All right. Does anybody else have this experience? Maybe it's just me. It's fine. Okay. I do wonder. I just wonder, like, why today? Why did we post? There's just too much to get to 2 years ago, 3 years ago? Oh, all right. Here's the mail. It says, Dear Perch, I recently re-listened to some of your videos, where you went over the solicitation for December 2024 and February of this year for the Big Two. It's amazing just how few books that Marvel published in December will make it to 2026 without getting canceled or relaunched, and most that do probably aren't going to make it past June. The Ultimate books and Avengers are the ones that come to mind. With DC, I forgot that Jenny Sparks mini was a thing. Man, King's minis really haven't mattered in years, have they? But with Mr. Miracle getting a cartoon, so he'll probably get further cursed with having his work on a screen. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens there. I mean, next year he has his Lantern show and a movie based off Supergirl mini. I think the movie based off Supergirl mini will be very, very loosely based, but we'll see. If one of those turns out good, it'll be proof that there is a loving God. Will it? I don't know about that. Also, get back to doing solicitation reviews and stuff. It's good background voice to listen to. Perch. Good background noise. Anyway, thank you very much. The mail, there wasn't really a question in there, but it brings up a question I was curious about. So, it was the line of Jenny Sparks. you remember how many people got mad about Ginny Sparks? It wasn't a good series. I mean, basically, it's like Ginny and 9/11 written by Tom King, where she curses out Superman. I guess the question, it kind of fits with the lead-in here as well, is with some of this stuff, for me, and I know I do it in the solicitation videos, I'll say things like, well, this isn't going to matter. And I guess what I should say is this won't matter to any of us a year from now, but, we can get angry about it, talk about it a lot now. I mean, you have to go a little further back in time, but Brian Michael Bendis, when he went to DC, did a series called Naomi, and there was a big fuss about it. There was a CW show that went on about it, and it was like they're pushing Naomi down our throats, and they're going to have her join the Justice League, and they kind of did, but didn't. It was a blink and you miss it. I mean, literally blink and you miss it kind of moment. And some of this stuff, it just doesn't matter. And I guess, if Tom King, I mean, look at the stuff that over the years we've gotten in terms of minis from Tom King. We had the Human Target stuff. We had Danger Street. We had Rorschach. We had the Ginny Sparks mini. Has any of that stuff mattered, like, at all? I mean, and I guess I ask a question on two different fronts. On one end, I just don't find it's worth getting too fussed about a lot of stuff because it's clear from the get-go that it doesn't matter. I understand it's a very tired argument, and it's been had to death, but I think there's a major difference between, hey, let's age up John Kent, or let's make Bobby Drake gay, or things like that, where there's a lifespan to this stuff, a longer lifespan. You're changing, the John Kent is a really good example because you're changing actually the stories that can be told about this character, and I think that's something that has more long-reaching consequences. And then you have something like Fire and Ice, and I understand that got renewed for a second, little mini after the first mini, but in the grand scheme of things, doesn't matter. And it's hard to believe that it does matter. So I have this, it's very natural when I look at comics. It's like, and maybe this is a retailer perspective, I don't know. You look at comics, go, this one's
What the fuck is happening right now, dude?
out, marketing, pushing,
Sorry,
whatever.
look at this dude. So he's
copies of that can be
because I bumped.
substantial.
Okay, all right.
This one I
Yep.
got
No,
3
GTA. I
heroes in
get
my
it.
store who will buy
Totally.
anything with fire in
Psycho
it,
fucking
so
driver.
I'll buy 3 copies.
Really? Because I
Maybe a
bumped you.
fourth if I'm feeling feisty.
And you're just gonna
And
fucking
call it a day.
ram the
And it's
shit
like
out of me.
that's kind of this stuff that fits into that second category. It doesn't matter. It falls
No, I
right
get
off the
it.
face of
It
relevancy
happens
for
all
me,
the
and it's
time,
like
dude.
it exists, but I don't really spend a lot of energy on it. Granted, the internet is all about spending lots of energy on whatever.
But yeah, it's
So that's
crazy.
one side of it. The other side is, if you're a comic company, I know I've done this video before, at some point, you should be swinging for home runs, right? It's like, not to use a sports analogy here, but, the same feeling, the same, like, does this comic matter? If you've got, like, Tom King doing Ginny Sparks, okay. Tom King's one of your bigger names. Despite whatever people think of it, he is one of your bigger names. Ginny Sparks is a member of the Authority that at one point had some pretty big sales. Is this putting your best foot forward? Is this like, is it sending a batter at the bat and be like, you know what, you can just stand there. Try and get, there's strategically sometimes you want somebody to, basically get a walk. But generally the people going up to the plate, it's like, we're really hoping you can hit the ball and ideally out of the park and get a home run. That's what we'd really like you to do. We don't really send you up there to just, like, imagine a team that, like, every single player went to bat, they just punted. It's like, there it is. Punt. It's hard to believe, but that is a way you can make
break time.
baseball
Gotta make some coffee.
Or it's like, get a football team. It's like our strategy this season is
Make some
we're going to go out
coffee,
there.
roll a cigarette.
We're just going to...
That's enough.
We need to get 10
me.
yards to play, right? So we're just going to get...
That's enough for
basically
me.
3 and like a couple inches, 3 yards and 4 inches each play. We're going to just run the ball 3 yards at a time, every single play, the entire game. That's how we're going to win. Just 3 yards, 3 yards, 3 yards. That's it. You don't do that because at some point, you want your team is back there like, let's figure out how to make a
Right.
big play. Let's figure out how to, and I don't know, maybe this isn't the perfect analogy, but if you're a comic publisher, why put out things that just don't matter? Why put out things that are insignificant? Going back to the very beginning, whoever made that, Paranormal Park show or whatever, you would hope that the creators that were like, let's make a show that's going to have, as many seasons as The Simpsons. We want something that's going to be a decade or more. Like, you don't produce a show and go through all that trouble. You're like, let's go out there and get one season and then get canceled and then quietly disappear for 3 years until libs of TikTok figures out that it's there and gets everybody angry at it. Like, you want to go all in. There's probably some, thinking about it, there's probably some other reason why that surfaced. And they're like, did the creator insult Trump or make fun of Charlie Kirk or something? I'll give you, okay, $100. That's why this is coming up now. There's some recent event that's tied people back to that show. This wasn't. There's my answer. Anyway, or not maybe, but that's my guess. Anyway, but my point is, you want, as a producer, either a publisher or a studio or whoever, you want home runs. You want to actually do big things, and you should be trying to do big things. And to the point about the solicitations, and this is the problem, if you wanted to give one reason why Marvel's in a malaise and just going nowhere right now, it's that all their titles just feel like killing time. Not all. There's some good books in there. But a lot of the books feel like you have more books that feel like killing time than books that are actually trying to knock it out of the park. And I think, there's more buzz around DC. Well, what's DC doing right now? They're trying to knock it out of the park. So it's like, to me, it's the simple solution. You don't win all the time. You don't have a hit with everything you do. But if you try and have a hit with everything you do, your odds go up, and you just do better. If you bunt the ball constantly, it's a very boring game, in an already boring game. Anyway, you take my point. Maybe not. I don't know. What do you think? Let me know in the comments below. Like and subscribe, and thanks for listening. All right, so you're getting ideas of what you're going to do to your future husband. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What's an example of something you're going to do to your future husband?
If a car is like towing another one and the front of the car is facing us and he's asleep, I'm going to wake him up and start screaming, and hopefully he starts screaming and we both start screaming and he loses his mind and faints.
All right. So you're 11 years old and you're thinking of ways to torture your future husband. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you have any other ways?
On if we have different days for washing dishes, I'm gonna make sure that there's like a tiny chunk of blood just falls on the plate. Oh, it's dirty. Goes in the sink.
You took a while to answer that. If you had other ways, is it because you couldn't think of ways to torture your husband, or because you have a list in your mind?
No, because I have a list of notes, and I'm just too lazy to get off Roblox to look at that list.
She's a catch, folks.
This first question is from TXM. You once wrote, "Love will endure, even if it appears darkness has swallowed us all, to triumph over the wreckage that remains." It's one of my favorite quotes. I find it deeply meaningful as society watches this darkness, led by the U.S. and Israel, spread undeterred. Do you see love eventually prevailing? Love never prevails in that sense. It's a constant struggle against, what in theological terms you'd call the principalities of power, which throughout history vanquish and often extinguish the proponents of love or justice. Cornel West talks about justice as being the public expression of love, and yet they can never crush it. And there's a novel I really love, and I've read it twice, Life and Fate by Vasily Grossman, who was one of the great war correspondents during the Second World War in the Soviet Union. So if you read any book on Stalingrad, like Beaver's History of Stalingrad, he's constantly quoting Grossman, who was up in the front lines, which is where a good war correspondent should be. Grossman writes, "The more I saw of the darkness of fascism, the more clearly I realized that human qualities persist, even on the edge of the grave, even at the door of the gas chamber." His mother, by the way, was executed by the Nazis. "My faith has been tempered in hell. My faith has emerged from the flames of the crematoria, from the concrete of the gas chamber. I have seen that it is not man who is impotent in the struggle against evil, but the power of evil that is impotent in the struggle against man. The powerlessness of kindness, of senseless kindness, is the secret of its immortality. It can never be conquered. The more stupid, the more senseless, the more helpless it may seem, the vaster it is. Evil is impotent before it. The prophets, religious teachers, reformers, social and political leaders are impotent before it. This dumb, blind love is man's meaning. Human history is not the battle of good struggling to overcome evil. It is a battle fought by a great man struggling to crush a small kernel of human kindness. But if what is human in human beings has not been destroyed even now, then evil will never come." And this is, of course, what Melville latches onto in his book Moby Dick, over the greatest American novel. It's what Mark Edelman espouses in a really tremendous book. It's called Shielding the Flame. It's interviews with the Polish journalist Hannah Kroll, where both Melville and Edelman, who was the deputy commander of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, the only one to survive, and an ardent supporter of Palestinian liberation, including supporting the right of armed resistance by Palestinians. He never left Poland. And it was persona non grata in Israel because of it, because of his stance. But he also, like Melville, looked at the deity as malevolent, and he became a surgeon after the war. And when he talks about shielding the flame, he said as a doctor, he used that kind of metaphor of cupping your hand around the flame to protect it until it's ultimately blown out. So I think that, I don't know that love triumphs, but at the same time, it has a kind of eternal quality that the powerful forces within the world can never crush, as hard as they try. Because, of course, in any despotic regime, and increasingly in our own society, where to stand up for parents who are being wrenched by masked goons,
Elvis in black and blue.
children, and who've never committed a crime, of course, are working 14 hours a day for about $12,000 a year or something.
What's going on?
Excuse me, sir.
To stand up on acts of kindness, acts of decency, acts of justice in any despotic society becomes subversive, and yet people do. And that was certainly true in every war that I covered. There were these magnificent figures who accepted their own self-sacrifice and even often inevitability of their own death because of love, because of kindness. And those people have a power to inspire others to act, even long after they're gone. And I think that war strips so many things down, where it's a kind of palpable battle between evil and love. I always remember when I covered the war in Sarajevo, and the heavy shells would come in, which were 155s, 90mm tank rounds, Katyusha rockets, tremendous explosive power, and they would aim them the serbs were aiming at the common water taps, because you can get water through the pipes that were just collection points set up by the serbs where they were. So the shells came into these crowds. People would dismember. It was just terrific. And then you, after these explosions, amidst all this carnage, have people frantically searching for friends or loved ones, and you could feel radiating out from the center of these scenes, those kind of palpable rings of love and death, so
Yeah, you just can't drive in this shit, dude. They're gonna fucking hit you on purpose. Just too much. It's unenjoyable. It's unenjoyable, dude. The whole like, surprise! Oh, surprise! Just, what the fuck, dude? Surprise! Someone turned right in front. Surprise! Fuck, dude. Surprise! Oh, car's gonna turn. Surprise!
The James
Fucking
Webb
so
Space
much,
Telescope
dude.
has seen signals
Too
that
much.
move faster than light. It's true, but it doesn't mean that the speed of light limit was broken. Today I want to have a look at how apparent faster-than-light signals can be used in astrophysics to understand what happens in galaxies, but also at why some physicists, me included, think that faster-than-light signals might be real. This is what the James Webb Space Telescope is seeing. It's ripples around the supernova remnant Cassiopeia that seem to travel across space faster than light, or superluminal, as physicists say. And while these ripples really do move faster than light, that's not in conflict with Einstein's theories. It's what's called a light echo. To see how this works, let me draw you a simple example. We have a supernova going off, and from the supernova there's a burst of light moving outwards in a sphere. Of course, reality is a little more complicated, but this is basically the spherical cow of astrophysics. This sphere of light moves, would you know it, at the speed of light. Okay, but now imagine that behind the supernova there is a cloud of dust, and let's assume it's basically a flat plane. When the sphere of light hits the dust, that creates a reflection, which we see. We then have to ask, what's the speed of the ring where the surface of the light sphere intersects the dust? And this speed turns out to depend on the angle at the intersection.
I gotta go, dude. I can't do this.
And the outward speed is
It's too early. It's been a while since I've played it, and you're breaking my fucking heart, dude. No, you're breaking my fucking heart, dude. I'm out. I'm out. You're literally breaking my fucking heart this morning. I gotta get the fuck out of here, go back to the airport, do my shit on my checklist. Get the fuck out of here. Yep, come on. Let's just get the fuck out of here, dude. I can't take it anymore. Can't take it. So fucking unenjoyable. Wake up and it's fucking spitting in your face, dude. First thing in the morning, it's fucking spitting into your face, dude. Jesus Christ, it hates you. I'm telling you, it hates you. First thing in the morning, just woke up, just turned it on, and this motherfucker is telling me how much it fucking hates me. Jesus Christ, dude. Seriously, bro. What in the fuck? I just turned it on, bro, and it's been days since I played it. It's alright. It's alright. It's probably the point of the game where they want you to stop playing, dude. Something I do not know. I do not know. This is fucking unenjoyable, dude. Unenjoyable. Just trying to drive, bro. Just trying to. Yeah, fuck it. Okay, yeah. Fuck the rules. Fuck everything. Fuck your world. Fuck it all. I tried, dude. I tried to take your shit seriously, and if you're not going to take yourself seriously, there's obviously no reason for me to take you seriously. Would that not be true? Does that not sound like fucking common sense? Alright, yeah. Just fucking walk right through the wall, dude. Let's fly, Neo. Let's just fucking fly, bro. Fuck it, through all of it. Miracle Man. Let's just Miracle Man this motherfucker, alright? Full God mode. Let's just go full fucking God mode, dude.
Travel faster than light. It's a totally
Fuck it.
underexplored argument.
Fuck it.
Faster than light motion also appears in many attempts to modify gravity. That
The more
includes
you try, the
approaches
more
to
I fucking hate
describe
you,
dark
dude.
matter. I've toyed with these
Fuck
theories
it.
myself,
Fuck
and
this.
basically, whatever you
Can't,
try,
dude. I
you
can't,
always
dude.
end up with
I
some
can't. I can't
simple
engage in
little
software that
complication.
just
Now
fucking
again,
hates
most
you, dude.
physicists take this to
I
mean
can't,
that
dude. I
something's
can't. You
wrong
fucking
with
hate
these
me. You know what?
theories.
Fuck you
What
too,
I
dude.
wonder,
Jesus,
maybe the
bro.
mathematics
Jesus,
is
bro.
trying to tell us
Fuck.
instead
Jesus,
that we
dude.
should seriously consider
Let's
faster
find
than
something
light
else to
motion.
do.
And then there
Okay.
is Einstein's theory of general relativity
And
itself
something
that
else.
allows certain
YouTube.
types of
Yeah.
travel faster than light.
Let's do
For one
YouTube.
thing, it allows wormholes as shortcuts.
Let's
You
watch
don't
some
actually
videos. Let's
travel
watch
faster
someone
than
else
light
play that
through
fucking
the
video game, I
wormhole.
guess, right?
However, you'll be faster than
Is that
light
what you
that
want me to do,
didn't go
motherfucker?
through the
Cut the
wormhole.
fuck out of me,
Warp
right? Watch
metrics
someone else
exploit
play it
another
for me.
peculiar feature
Jesus
of general
Christ, dude. You
relativity,
guys
which
are
is that while
fucking
you can't
hopeless,
move
man.
in
You're fucking
space-time
hopeless,
faster than
dude.
light, space-time itself can move faster than light.
Let's watch someone
Physicists
else play
believe that this
football.
actually
Let's watch
happened in
someone
the
else
early
play
universe, that
baseball.
space
Let's watch
expanded
someone
faster
else
than
paint
light.
fucking
So
houses.
mathematically, you
Jesus
can
Christ,
make
dudes.
warp drives work. So far, however, we don't know
Jesus
how to
Christ.
create and
Help
maintain
me.
either
Help me.
wormholes or warp
Please.
metrics, as these seem to require
Holy
negative
mother of
energy,
God, help me.
which for the
Jesus
time being is
Christ,
all
dude.
being used up on Twitter. If you found this video confusing, I recommend you check out a wonderful book by my friend and
Sorry,
colleague
bro.
Robert
Just can't take it
Nemiroff,
this morning.
in which he
Can't take that
explains
shit this
this
morning,
and
dude.
many
Not
other
right now.
things to do with the speed of light limit. Robert is a professor of physics at Michigan Technological University, and he's published a book that collects everything that physicists know about faster than light motion. That includes mind benders, like why your shadow can move faster than light, what special relativity says about faster than light travel, and how quantum mechanics seems to beat the speed of light limit, but then actually doesn't. Robert is perhaps best known as creator and editor for one of NASA's most popular science websites, The Astronomy Picture of the Day, but he's also written a lot of papers on astrophysics, so he's not some random guy with an opinion. He's a real scientist and knows what he's talking about. The book is suitable for non-physicists, and I found it to be very engagingly written. If you find relativity and quantum mechanics as fascinating as I'm sure you'll enjoy this book, so go and check this out. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.
Hey, hi, everybody. What are you doing? It's Tuesday. It is October 7th, 2025, and we're still here. We're all still here. We all made it. We all made it to the week,
So,
to the week of Battlefield 6 releases.
the peace
release
plan
dates.
was a year. Wow.
Congratulations.
Okay. On the
You've-
same date.
There's really no other games that works for other than Grand Theft Auto 6, is there? We got this before we got Tron 3 before we got Grand Theft Auto. Like there's no other. I don't know. Maybe Duke Nukem Forever could have fit into that slot for all the years that it was in development or something. I don't know. Hi, I'm Jeff Gerstmann. I'm here for this week's edition of the show. It has been a real roller coaster of days here. Everyone, my wife and I got sick, and the kids didn't get sick. It was super fucking weird. Normally, the order of operations is child goes to school, child gets sick. We spend time trying not to get sick. And then maybe that works, maybe that doesn't. Maybe we manage to keep it away from the other kids by isolating one of the children in a case, like a glass case. well, I'm in a bedroom. It's not really a glass case per se, but you know, and trying to get all of that stuff separated. But my wife got sick, and then I got sick basically 6 hours after she did, or something, and then the kids didn't get sick. So it's like, is this some lingering thing that the kids got that who knows, man. Who knows? But that collided with a bunch of other plans and just family stuff that was happening this weekend. And so it was like, well, we have to make sure that this isn't COVID, and, you know, because we're going to go see family members, and, you know, we don't want to, no, you don't want to show up and doesn't. Away from the other kids by isolating one of the children in a case, like a glass case. Well, I'm in a bedroom. Hi, everybody. It is Friday, and it is time to rank 8-bit Nintendo games. We have quite the list here in front of us with 606 games. Mega Man 2 still at the top of the list. And Raid 2020, which is an unlicensed video game, down here at the bottom of the list at 606. Today's games will some go on this list somewhere. I don't know if we'll see anything.
Hello, guys and gals, me Mutahar, and yeah, that new Battlefield 6, ladies and gentlemen, it ain't too bad, but it ain't perfect either. Now, you might be like, well, Muta, if you're not going to jerk the game off, and if you're not going to completely chastise it, what are you going to do? Are you going to sit on that fence post there, pal? You know, the actual reality of it is that I like to be fair and critical for the kind of media that I consume. And, you know, something that I kind of caught the attention of was, whoa, there are a lot of people playing this game. Now, I think for the first time, it's pretty obvious if you're like a Battlefield fan, and I've been a Battlefield player for quite some time. You know, I played me some Battlefield 2 back in the day, played me some Bustafield 2, to be honest with you. Battlefield 3 was my jam. Battlefield 4 is like that perfect fucking amazing life moment that you had that you just keep trying to relive, okay? It's like Battlefield 4, for anybody that just has not played that game, it's one of my favorite shooters, one of my favorite multiplayer experiences, and to this day, I still jump back in to play it. Now, obviously, Battlefield as a franchise has not had a lot of hits recently, simply because I would say that EA has just kind of been trying to find out ways to monetize it, ways to make it into Call of Duty, and I think this year, this release, I really feel like Electronic Arts was like, listen, for all the drama that has happened, for all
Ladies
the nonsense,
and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim
we're
Dillon
just gonna
Show.
stay right back. We're just gonna chill back and let DICE and every studio cook. And I really feel like they did. So hundreds of thousands of people are playing this game, ladies and gentlemen. Something that I kind of saw the other day was
Marjorie
apparently
Taylor Greene,
IGN
thank you very much for
rated the campaign for the game at a 5. Ooh. So to give you an idea, I picked this game up a little bit early, and to my surprise, the actual servers were functioning, so I played with me and maybe a few other people, you know, day -1, day -2 of the game's release, and I was having a pretty good time. I was actually enjoying myself, even though that most of the experience was with bots. So on the official launch day for the game, I'm proud to say that there were hundreds of thousands of people connecting, and I actually didn't really have an issue. In fact, every single game that I've been playing today has ran smooth as fuck. I don't know if I've just gotten lucky, I don't know if I've been having a good time, but it's working. Now, I was kind of a little bit hesitant about this because I saw like footage of people like cheating on this game and just snapping to heads, and I was like, man, do I really want to jump into a multiplayer game now that I'm officially UNC status at this point? And to give you an idea, God, I hate the fact that I use that word. I want to die some days, man. I'll be real. But I've actually been enjoying it. Like, I feel like this is the one shooter where I feel like they toned back a lot of that Adderall, you know, jump to people's heads, you know, jump around the map. Like, motherfucker, we are playing Battlefield, not Quake. This is a much more, I would say, refined experience, similar to something like Battlefield 4. Now, one thing that I do want to talk about a little bit is this campaign. Now, I'm somebody that loves playing a shooter campaign. To me, it's kind of like going to the theaters and watching Fast and the Furious. And you know when people are like, oh, the Fast and the Furious stories suck. Yeah, bro, you're going to the theater to watch Fast and the fucking Furious, okay? You lost your right to a good plot line any day. You go there for the guns, you go there for the women, you go there for the cars, you go there for the fun times with the boys. And Battlefield does not have any of those fun times with the boys when it comes to its campaign. Now, apparently, the storyline for this game is all about NATO versus this PMC called Pax Armada. And I couldn't even begin to fucking tell you how Pax Armada came to be. The game does a really poor job of explaining shit. And so Pax Armada is apparently this like private military contractor, this like, I don't know if it's like a terrorist organization. They kind of just came out of nowhere. And apparently because NATO started pussyfooting around the world, you know, a lot of countries started leaving it to a point where apparently Pax Armada assassinated the Secretary General of NATO, and NATO didn't even do anything. They just flinched. They were like, yeah, you can just kill people at the top brass. Who gives a shit? And so all of a sudden, you know, every country's like, well, if they're, well, let's just leave. And so basically they become this big bad of the entire universe. Now, in the real world, okay, if any organization like this was acting up, I'm pretty sure most of the world's top governments would probably send the fucking A-team to split that dude halfway and deliver some goddamn Shanghai street justice, which is not what is happening in this game. In fact, if anything, you know, I have a real hard time trying to understand, you know, mission to mission, what the fuck is going on and why we're even moving around. But this is the problem with this game, is that comparing it to Call of Duty is actually so mean to Call of Duty because COD campaigns are actually fucking good. I actually really love playing Call of Duty campaigns. You know, every year they come out, I set aside a good old 2.5 hours to play through that campaign, and I actually have a really good time. Mission to mission, a Call of Duty campaign has its set piece moments. In fact, even, really, I think for me, any campaign since Modern Warfare 2019, with the
Excuse me.
exception of like COD Vanguard, I've been having a fucking great time with. I've been enjoying those games. I love the way that their stories are presented, even though they're completely unrealistic. You just can tell that they have fun with it, right? Like for all the Call of Duty missions we've played on this channel, shit like, you know, clearing house in the recent campaigns, even the other, like Call of Duty 2019, Modern Warfare 2019 when it dropped, was not afraid to shoot a child in the fucking brain to show you how scary terrorists and stuff are. They were not afraid to have Piccadilly Circus resemble, like just have a live terrorist attack happening in front of you and show you all of it. What Battlefield even fails to do is have a battlefield to fight in. A lot of the times you're playing this campaign, it almost feels like they're just putting you through shooting gallery to shooting gallery. And yes, you can say, well, a Battlefield campaign is supposed to be like a soft tutorial for the multiplayer, and that's true. But honestly, it really is just a waste of time. Like, there was this one mission called Night Raid where you think you're going to be doing some stealthy fucking shit, but really you don't. It's mostly just a walking simulator. And eventually, even the points where you think you're going to have this cool, like, stealth, like, you know, clearing an entire, like, house palace section just turns into a fucking generic bland shooter. In fact, even the dialogue in this game is just generic bland nonsense, okay? It almost just feels like it almost feels like watching a shitty TV show on the shittiest streaming service.
To find out where they were operating domestically.
What's the story?
There are details of Cairo
Was
that...
not addressing you, ma'am. Sweep the room. You know, if we known that Pax had the tech to master movements, we probably could have saved Salim.
What are you doing?
I wouldn't have taken a round to the chest, and we probably wouldn't have spent the better part of a week walking around with a severed fucking thumb.
Language.
My bad. Nasty habit. Trying to quit.
The thumb is what I needed to confirm. The RFID chip...
Gave us intel on Kincaid's cell in Brooklyn, but not how they frickin' got there.
Watch out there, pal. We're an M-rated game. But anyways, that's all I have to say about the single-player campaign. Like, it really is just a vehicle for you to learn some of the game's mechanic. What about the fucking real meat and potatoes? That is the multiplayer component. And ladies and gentlemen, that shit cooks. A actual... Look, I'm just gonna be real with you, man. The multiplayer has good bones, okay? It really does. And I'm trying to be positive over here. So let me explain something here. Now, compared to the previous like Battlefield games, it's got a lot of destructibility. Like every single map that you go to, you have the opportunity to just fucking completely deface entire buildings. Now, the thing about destructibility is what that caveat said. I cannot say in all good consciousness it's actually better than Battlefield 4 even. Previous Battlefield games all have destructibility, but do not expect this to be on the same tier as I would say Bad Company 2. Yes, you can open up, you can deface walls, for instance, like if somebody's hiding behind a window on like a second story, fire an RPG, open that up, and then lay fire down, which you could do in previous Battlefield games. Like I've done that enough on Cyan Crossing in Battlefield 3 to, again, see the similarities over here. But again, the destructibility is more pronounced, but it's definitely not, like Geomod, Red Faction 2, get rid of everything you see. So just understand that going forward. And this game doesn't have things like Levolution, so some of those mega super giant destructibility moments that you saw in BF4 just aren't here. A lot of the gimmicks are gone. If anything, the game is down to its core, which I think that's what EA is trying to like perfect, rather than go for the gimmicks that have kind of killed the Battlefield franchise for the last few years, several years really. One of my concerns is actually when it comes to the maps, right? So if you look at the amount of maps in the game, there's really not a whole heck of a lot. There's Siege of Cairo, there's Iberian Offensive, there's Liberation Peak, there's Empire State, Operation Firestorm, Saints Quarter, Sobek City, Myrick Valley, and Manhattan Bridge. So some of these maps are relatively decent, but none of them are like huge, okay? No map in this entire game is going to remind you of shit like Damavon Peak. None of this is going to remind you of like Caspian Border. None of this is going to remind you of anything similar to, well, I guess the largest would technically just be Operation Firestorm, which was in the previous Battlefield games. Really, most of the maps in this game, even if you're playing on that Conquest mode, or whatever the large-scale modes are, none of these maps are huge. And in terms of verticality, none of these maps, in my opinion, offer the level of verticality as even half the maps in Battlefield 4. And that's the issue that I've kind of had with this game. The map selection is kind of poor, right? Like, literally, I am probably 48 to 72 hours into this game, and I'm already getting bored of my surroundings. In comparison to Battlefield 4, where, like, you literally did just have some of the best launch day maps, okay? You had shit like, obviously, Siege of Shanghai, you had Dawnbreaker, you had Flood Zone, you had some of the best goddamn maps out there. Even the worst map, in my opinion, for Battlefield fucking 4, which was Galmud Railway, which is basically just an open field, was still an amazing, fun map compared to, well, most of modern Battlefield stuff. No map in this game has really, like, blown my mind in any capacity. In fact, if anything, it feels like, these maps are probably half the size of, like, older Battlefield games, but the quality really just isn't there, okay? And, again, it's kind of tough, too, because I want to compare this to, like, even DLC maps, but I'm just comparing it to base Battlefield 4, and that's where you're going to have a little bit of an issue. Like, in Battlefield 4, there was a lot of verticality in pretty much every map, and that's something you don't get in this, okay? That's something I don't feel is in this game. I mean, it's around, obviously, in the New York maps, but, like, in a lot of the open field stuff, it's just not there. Now, as far as when it comes to the actual, like, weapons and vehicles and stuff, I will say the progression is so fucking solid that that's probably the reason why I'm super balls deep into this game. Because comparing it to like previous Battlefield games or even Call of Duty, where I feel like the progression is done in such a weird Skinner box way, where obviously these companies want you to like engage with every single dynamic of the game, even if every single dynamic isn't that enjoyable. Here it's just fucking simple, dude. It's like, you like the M4A1, keep using the M4A1, level that bad boy up, and we'll keep giving you attachments, and you can run that shit like no tomorrow. Or you can just use another gun. It's very much like probably the most perfect form of progression in games. And it's a shame to say that because it's like, It's so simple. It's something that has been done before. And ever since in shooter gameplay, we've went through so many different methods of like getting people to try different guns or game modes that, you know, for like in Call of Duty, right? Like one of the reasons why I stopped playing a Call of Duty multiplayer was because in order to unlock like an SMG, I had to fucking use an assault rifle that I didn't give a shit about. No, dude, just level me up to the SMG, give me the SMG, and I'm gonna play with it for like 30 hours and unlock all the fucking shit associated with it. Don't make me use something else, which is something Battlefield addressed, and they sorted out instantly. Now, the other thing that really kind of blew my mind was the distinct lack of microtransactions. And this is something that I don't know how they're going to monetize Battlefield 6, but they're going to have to find a way. This is very much like they don't give you any battle packs. They don't give you any like, you know, goofy skins to buy, which is super duper cool. And I don't know if like down the road, everything going forward into this game is going to be free, or if they're going to go to like map passes or season passes or whatever.
Yeah, how they're
But
gonna
for
pay
now,
for it.
it's pretty welcome to fucking see. Now, there is a map editor, Battlefield Portal, and so far nobody's doing anything goofy with it because the game just
What
came
about
out.
$20
But I would be
expansion
interested to
packs,
see what
dude?
people are going to do with like custom maps. Maybe people can bring back those super large scale maps like fucking, you know, the Caspian Border or whatnot, or even like Operation Metro. But as far as maps like Siege of Shanghai or Dawnbreaker, Siege of Shanghai being one of my personal favorites, that is nowhere near in this game. And one of the things that I do miss a little bit from Battlefield 4 is like Levolution. For anybody that doesn't know, like Levolution back in the day, like even as far back as the PS3, they had these like baked in destruction mechanics where like at least in Siege of Shanghai, you could break down the entire skyscraper and turn the whole map into a dusty pit, which nobody really like liked at the end of the day. Like down the road, like it's something you put on with rose tinted glasses. But there were sometimes playing maps like Flood Zone where you could like trigger a dam and like actually flood up the entire battlefield, forcing people to fight in the like the rooftops. These are kind of things that I wish I could have seen. Like maybe they could have brought that mechanic back, but they did not do that. The game is still very much, you know, just your traditional Battlefield fare. Now, obviously, that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the multiplayer it's got really good bones, okay? Like it's got the best bones. But I feel like it probably did drop for full price with a little less than what I expected. Like, dog, 9 maps, and not all of them are actually good, is a pretty low order. The other issue that I kind of have with this game, too, is, like, the distinct lack of, like, game modes. Like, there is Conquest, there's Escalation, there's Breakthrough, and I guess there's Rush, but I couldn't find it. There's also, like, one mode where you can play, like, local, like, 10v10. So if you don't want to commit to, like, a fucking 30-minute match, you can just play Team Deathmatch. The problem with this game is it has this Hulu mentality, like this streaming service shit, where the UI might be genuinely the worst user interface. Honestly, whoever designed the user interface, I hope to God, like, fucking... that person needs to get fired, okay? Anybody who supports this UI is fucking awful. Like, the user... what happened to just giving me the option to click multiplayer, find game, and a list of playlists, okay? This is like, this Netflix Hulu menu shit doesn't work that well. Like, that, to me, is probably the most annoying shit dealing with it, because ultimately I'm trying to find game modes that I want or filter out game modes, but I'm forced to just jump into these playlists that I really don't want to play with, and I'm trying to figure out how I can even navigate this menu. Stop using the Netflix menu. Now, as far as performance goes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the other last thing that I wanted to talk about. This thing runs smoother than anything. Like, playing it on a PlayStation 5, the reason I got it on console was because, obviously, I use Linux, so kernel anti-cheat, not super duper friendly. Fuck it, buy it on console. And it runs at a rock-solid 60 frames per second on that performance mode. And one thing I didn't know, which blew my mind, was that I can connect a keyboard mouse to my actual PlayStation 5 and just use it like a gaming PC. So maybe going forward might be how I handle some of these kernel anti-cheat games, provided they all give me that keyboard mouse friendliness. But other than that, ladies and gentlemen, I think they've absolutely cooked Battlefield 6 pretty well. I mean, comparing it to like 2042 or fuck even Battlefield 5, this is a really, really good shooter, okay? Probably the best praise that I can say is that it takes me back to 2011, okay? Back when Battlefield 3 dropped, and that's pretty fucking high praise from me. Look, campaign bullshit aside, they probably could have not made a campaign, and I don't think anybody would have cried. honestly, they could have saved money and given us like a horde mode or something similar to survival from Modern Warfare, just the Modern Warfare trilogy, and that would have just been fine. Like any cooperative mode would have been much more accepted than like a box standard campaign that they probably spent too much money developing to begin with. But as far as multiplayer goes, ladies and gentlemen, it might be, it's the direction Battlefield needed to go to. And ultimately, there is still a ways to go. I think there's definitely, like, they immediately have to start, like, ironing out maybe some of the slight netcode problems. They might have to start ironing out some of the key issues, some of the smaller issues, and then immediately give us at least some good vertical maps to begin with. Just give us Dawnbreaker to start off, okay? Like, dude, you can just copy Siege of Shanghai into this game, and I think we would all kind of nut. Simple as that. But yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about with Battlefield 6. I think it's a pretty good experience, ladies and gentlemen. And, as a longtime Battlefield fan, good job, EA. Good job for now. And you know what? If in a month they'll fuck this up because down the road they'll add, like, some goofy skins or whatever, even though they said they aren't, at least I can say the last 3-4 days gave me a nostalgia boner that I quite enjoyed, okay? Watching this game and then actually playing it a little early and then playing it with the boys. Good time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mudahar, and if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
Is child goes to school, child gets sick. We spend time trying not to get sick. And then maybe that works, maybe that doesn't. Maybe we manage to keep it away from the other kids by isolating one of the children in a case, like a glass case. Well, I mean, in a bedroom. It's not really a glass case per se, but and trying to get all of that stuff separated. But my wife got sick, and then I got sick, basically 6 hours after she did or something, and then the kids didn't get sick. So it's like, is this some lingering thing that the kids got that who knows, man, who knows? But that collided with a bunch of other plans and just family stuff that was happening this weekend, and so it was like, well, we have to make sure that this isn't COVID, and because we're gonna go see family members, and we don't want to show up and be the guy that's like, oh yeah, we all got sick, but it's fine. And then like you leave and then they're like, oh, now we're sick. And by the way, this is COVID, you assholes. You don't want to be that fucking guy. So, make sure that it wasn't all of that stuff and, whatever else. So I don't know. It, just a lingering funk that got in the way of last Friday's stream. But here we are now, talking about video games. It's been a very bizarre 7 days here. This morning, though, reviews for the new Tron film started to hit. I have not seen it. I don't know. Like, initially, my thought was, as something of a Tron man, I was thinking, man, I guess I gotta go see this. I guess I need to actually go to a movie theater and see this damn movie, don't I? And then over the last couple of weeks, a couple of things happened. I watched Tron Legacy, the second Tron film, and I listened to the soundtrack for the new movie, and I started getting inundated with advertisements, for Tron Ares, which is the new Tron movie, and kept seeing the same clips of Jared Leto over and over again, and like this second and a half of Jeff Bridges where you see him and you're like, I bet that's the whole time. I bet that's the only part of the movie he's in, is it? He's probably only in like 8 seconds of that movie, isn't it? And you look at it, and I went into the Wikipedia page and started reading about it, and I'm like, because I'm trying to it's like, I don't know, I should be excited that they're even making a third Tron movie, because that's such a crazy thing to even do. It was insane when they made a second Tron movie. But as I kind of tried to go down this rabbit hole a little bit and just like find out more about the movie, it was like the more I saw of it and more I read about the path that it took to get to theaters and all of that stuff, I got less and less excited about the entire endeavor. And now the reviews are out, and I feel like the reviews are largely confirming exactly what I thought this movie was going to be. I don't think Tron is some sacrosanct, like, it's, like it means a lot to me as a kid for reasons, for video game reasons. But, I recognize that the Tron movies are not awesome. And all of that. But the second Tron movie ends, spoilers for the second Tron film. The second Tron movie ends with Jeff Bridges' son escaping the computer world with a lady who is a computer program. And she's a special computer program that can reprogram herself. It's, it's like a whole thing. But the whole thing is that they took a computer lady out of the computer and into the real world. And so it leaves you with this feeling of just like, wow, what the fuck? Like, wow, there's a lot that they could do with this. And the weird thing about the new Tron movie is that it is that. But like, from reading a lot of the coverage about it, and this is exactly, this is some of the stuff they said leading up to the movie's release, so it's not some big surprise. They don't, like, none of those people are in it. They have stepped away from that story completely and are like kind of just retelling the same story in its place with none of the actual natural narrative hooks that they had to work with. And have turned it into just like this vague corporate, these two corporations that are warring with computer people or whatever. And more of the computer people and light cycles and all this other stuff have made it out into the real world. And like the thing about Tron is that it is this visually impressive, crazy world inside the computer. And so when you take all of that and just put it onto a city street, it's about, it's who the fuck cares?
What's going on?
And all that stuff is in the trailer where you're like, dude, they used a light cycle to cut a cop car in half. And you're like, that's sick. That's it. There you go. Like you've done the 4 things you can do with Tron.
A AAA, big budget, shooter, and the re-entry of one of the biggest franchises in the history of video gaming entertainment. We're talking about Battlefield. One of my favorite areas inside of the arena, my own arcade, where we have thousands of arcade cabinets and franchises in the history of video gaming entertainment. Mosin, they give it the $25 super chat. Hey, Doc. One of my favorite areas inside of the arena, my own arcade, where we have thousands of arcade cabinets and...
How long have we been putting on costumes, bro?
Mosin,
How long have we been putting on fucking costumes, bro?
Level 3, section
God
5,
damn it.
13. Hold on, I'm looking for you.
Excuse me.
You said, hold on, what was it? Hey, do me a favor. Throw
God
a
help
pancake
us
my
all.
way.
What the fuck?
There it is. Oh.
How long?
Cheers.
How long, dude?
What? What the fuck is this game about? So we haven't done anything. What about my guy, though? I want to change his look, appearance. Here we go. Here we go. We're going Conquest. Install multiplayer.
Commentary.
Installation's complete. Everything's already installed. Download manager completed, and it's installed. It's goodbye settings. It's not goodbye settings. Trust, dude, don't f***ing say that. Same issue, Doc, trying again. Okay, we're in. And ladies and gentlemen, just like that, we're going to Conquest. What the f are we talking about? Install multiplayer, manage files, purchase to play. What? We trusted EA to go through the EA app. It's on EA now! And I trusted you, EA! And everybody's playing except me! There's gotta be a way around this. Hey, this game is not checkmarked. Are you blind? Stop sending me friend requests. I'm never going to accept them. Stop. Modify, install. Then we go like this. Update, install. Downloading. Is this the work? Hey! How do we turn notifications off? Decline. How do we turn them off? Did anybody know how to turn off these stupid ass pop-ups on the EA app? Decline. I don't want to install it on Steam. I don't! That's how EA's getting us, champs. They're like, oh, have some problems on the EA app.
John, hear me out. I got a business proposal. Check this out. You ready? We make sure the game launches on all platforms except ours. But we'll push ours the most, and therefore people will eventually get it, but they'll be panicking. Therefore, they'll head over to Steam and buy another copy. We double the fucking prices and double the revenue. And John, let me tell you this right now. I gotta...
It literally says to reinstall. Shut the God, man. Let's go outside. Let's get some fresh air. Hopefully everything's fine, okay? And,
Okay.
Okay, nothing's changed. You come over here. Oh, shit, it's not clicked, right? You come over here, manage, modify, install. Oh, my God, let's see what's say. Oh, shit, these are clicked! I am literally going to shut down my PC, and I'm restarting it. Why won't you work? Workaround works for me. Go to community, search, top screen, hover over a server, press X to view more info, spam the join button. Hover over a server. Hold on, no. Okay, hover over. Press X to experience info, join server. Oh, here we are. We're in! We're in! We're in! We're in! I just clicked on the sniper and it didn't give it to me.
First game. That looks good.
What map is this? It's a fucking shipment. I'm playing Call of Duty on Battlefield. This is the first thing I'm doing?
When someone fails to pay their property taxes, the government actually creates
Ace Pursuit. What do we have here? Flyer, let's go! Woo! Oh, here we are. Holy shit.
Oh!
It just told. Here we are. Now we're rolling. Hey, yeah, now we're rolling, kid. Oh. Pull up! Ah! Pull up! You can take his ass down, you know. Oh. We're good. Come on, that was a good run. No! Oh. Easy! You only get one chance. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Get up. You know better than that. Come around that corner. Dare you. Double kill. I got you. I got you. Battlefield fucking 6, we're in. We are in. Oh, I'll take that, sure. That's what we're looking for. Sniping is unbelievable in this game, champs. It's one of the best sniping feelings in any shooter game I've ever played. You see? Get out of here. Oh, this fucking level's sick, dude. Line now? Just quietly left. 389! Oh my God! Hey, you better watch out, champs! We're back! Okay, what a day! Today was like our re-entry into the franchise. Like, things are gonna happen during launches, champs, and it's like, you know, it happens, you know? But the shocking part is that we are 6.5 hours into this fucking stream and the problem still has not been fixed. Do I need to start yelling? How are we doing on our challenges? Complete a match in any game mode. We got that one match in there, champs. 6.5 hours in! I got my one match in! Give me up! Oh, this game's fucking awesome, huh? He's already dead, don't worry about it. Don't worry, I got that guy. Oh, that's you way. Oh, invisible guy, huh? Invisible guy, huh? It won't matter, look at this guy peeking. Didn't think I saw him. See ya. What do we got? Don't worry, don't worry. Don't worry, I got you. You didn't want to believe it. You didn't want to believe in it, did you? X is gonna give it to you. We're not bringing the long shots out, are we? Down! Ready? I won't even look. I won't even look. He's wrapping all the way around. I'm not even gonna look at the guy. Cloud, thank you for the $20 super chat. Nothing like watching a AAA athletic streamer, entertainer, and OG play some Battlefield, says Dark Gray Cloud. Thank you for the $20 donation. All right, we want an outro. Let's go outside and let's say our goodbyes. We'll get this all cleaned up over the weekend, champ. Sorry about the mess. That's what happens when you play Battlefield, and that's what happens when you put on a clinic. Doctor, you never finished the game! Are you telling me that right there? All the way to the tippity top right there? Let's get to the top. All right, get up! Okay, watch this. Oh, I see it. I see it. I see the shelving. I see it. I see it. You see that bump right there in the middle of the mountain? Get up! That's it.
We had a good run, baby steps. We did. The mountain got the best of the 2 time. But I'm not too concerned. Again, that's a side quest. And what's my reward? Am I going to get in-game credits? No. Am I going to get a special skin? Probably not.
Probably not.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep things rolling.
Sometimes a journey isn't just about the miles. It's about finding a place that feels right. For patients like Lenore, traveling to Nubia was worth it. In her hometown, options were limited.
Nothing like this is offered in Panama. They have excellent dentistry, but there's nothing like this there.
Nubia has
Right now, as you're watching this, a visitor from another star system is sailing past Jupiter and making its way to the inner planets at 137,000 miles an hour. It was discovered on July 1st, and within days, there were headlines and social media posts proclaiming that it could be an alien spaceship. And they usually cited the Harvard astrophysicist Avi Loeb, who published a paper that suggested it might be, quote, evil alien technology. Now, to be fair, Loeb and his team, they do
You
make
would
it clear
think
in the
that there
paper
would
that
there
what
would
they're
be
doing is a,
more
quote,
things
pedagogical exercise,
gravitationally
more of a thought
unlocked
experiment, and that the answer is
than
probably
locked.
something a lot more mundane.
You would imagine.
But that
Maybe
didn't get the
not.
headlines, did it? But we do know that it came from outside our solar system, because the speed it's traveling is just way too fast to get captured by the sun's gravity. So, yeah, there's no chance that it's a local comet or an asteroid. It was given the name 3i Atlas, after the Atlas Survey Telescope team that found it,
How
and
strong can
3i
gravity be?
because it's the
Yeah,
third
pretty
interstellar
strong.
object that's been discovered, after 2i Borisov in 2019, and the one you're probably most familiar with, Oumuamua in 2017. Oumuamua made a lot
How
of waves
strong
because it
is
was the very
gravity? I have
first
no
interstellar
fucking
object
idea.
that we've ever seen, but also got a lot of headlines because there were people there too claiming that it was an alien spaceship due to its weird shape and the fact that it accelerated kind of weirdly as it headed toward the sun.
And
And the
how
author of the
steep
paper
is
that
the
got all those
curve
headlines
of
was,
gravity?
of course,
Yeah.
Avi Loeb. I should
It
say Avi
doesn't
Loeb
have,
is actually a very
it
respected
has nothing to do with
astrophysicist,
size, but
especially in the field of
mass.
black
Yeah.
holes. He was actually
Yeah.
friends with Stephen Hawking back in the day. But in the last 10 years
Size
or
and
so,
mass
he's
are
kind of
not the
gone all
same
in on
thing,
extraterrestrials.
right?
Basically, everything that gets discovered these days, he seems to chalk it up to aliens.
Huh. Density.
Aliens. That's a grill, dude.
It's a ghost, dude.
Sure, we know that now. Like in 2023, some metallic spheroids were found off the coast
You're
of
doing
Papua
the
New
same
Guinea that
thing
were
you always
suspected of
did.
being
Yep.
from a meteor that fell there in 2014.
You're
That we know
struggling
about.
to
And because it
describe
had
the
some
unreal.
alloy that wasn't found here on Earth, he wrote a paper suggesting it was
It's been made
aliens.
unreal. What
Now,
if it
Loeb and
was
his
made
supporters would claim
unreal?
that he's not really saying that all
We're
these things are
real.
aliens, but he just kind of wants to open people
And
up
then
to the
there's the
possibility of
unreal.
extraterrestrials and just get people to take the subject more
Huh.
seriously. The fact that he's written 3 books on aliens and has a monetary incentive to hype the subject, I'm sure has nothing to do with it.
Nothing to do with it whatsoever. Yeah.
It's just a coincidence. He's not
Totally.
alone, though. Like, right now, a lot of people are taking the subject of aliens very seriously, with
Well, yeah.
military reports of UAPs and congressional
It's
hearings
just
looking into them as a
dude.
potential threat.
Yeah. It's fucking huge,
Interest in
bro.
aliens is at an all-time high. But what if it is aliens? What if tomorrow we suddenly had incontrovertible proof that they don't just exist, but they're here? Like what if a UFO landed on the front lawn of the White House? These are scenarios that sci-fi writers have been speculating about for over a century.
I mean, religion.
But
What
what
if
if it wasn't
religion was
sci-fi?
real? Yeah.
What if it actually happened? What would happen next? What's the plan? If the US government is really taking the threat of UAPs that seriously, surely there's a plan in place for what to do about it, right? Well, I decided to look into it. So today we're going to talk about the actual plans for alien contact. All right, so we've made contact with aliens. Now what? The answer depends on what kind of contact we're talking about here. Types of alien contact have been categorized in a lot of different ways. The most famous is the Close Encounter Scale created by J. Allen Hynek in 1972. You're probably familiar with the term Close Encounters of the Third Kind, obviously the inspiration for the movie in 1977. Well, J. Allen Hynek coined that term just 5 years earlier. In fact, he makes an appearance at the end of the film. He created his system as an attempt to scientifically categorize UFO reports based off his work with the U.S. Air Force on Project Sign, Project Grudge, and most famously Project Blue Book. And the third kind is when we make physical contact. But still, he was kind of talking about like individual reports of, single people seeing UFOs. I'm talking about a massive worldwide, world-changing event where everybody can see unambiguously that aliens are real. So this is a different beast. So I actually created my own 3 categories to classify. First category is radio or electromagnetic signals from outside our solar system, where we have proof of intelligent life, but it's way out there in the universe and can't hurt us. The second category involves aliens that are here on Earth, but they come in peace.
Dude, that is...
Take me to your leader scenario. The third category is the bad one. This is where aliens actually attack us for reasons as various
Left mouse button, that's gonna be
self-preservation,
tricky.
stealing our resources, to even terraforming. I haven't seen that one somewhere before. But yeah, that's kind of the fundamental question. Like, why would they come here in the first place? Here on Earth, most wars between countries are fought over resources.
Oh, that's better.
They're usually couched in some kind of cultural identity or past grievances between countries, but it usually comes down to resources. Energy resources like oil and gas, food resources like fertile land and access to water, even technological resources like manufacturing and data. One country has it, the other country doesn't, and so they invade and they get it. So it's safe to assume that if aliens came down to Earth, they might do so for the same reason, especially when you consider the vast distances between stars and what an effort it would take to even get here. They wouldn't have come all this way unless there was something really valuable to them there, right? The obvious resource is water. Earth is a water planet. Literally 71% of the Earth's surface is covered by water, of which only 3% of that water is fresh water that we can drink. It's not a ridiculous situation when you think about it. We actually have a water hemisphere.
Come on, camera.
If an alien was approaching the planet
Come on,
from
camera.
this angle, they would think it was nothing but water.
Come on, camera. Why does it take the camera so long? Why does it take the camera so long?
Now, there is a flip side to this argument that the Earth actually isn't that special when it comes to water. We may have a lot of liquid water, but water itself, not actually that rare in the universe. In fact, it's pretty common. Hell, right here in our solar system, there's frozen water on Ganymede, Titan, Triton, Ceres, Europa, and Enceladus. Enceladus actually has a water plume at its south pole that's venting like an Olympic-sized swimming pool into space every couple of hours. You can literally just park there and collect it. Not to mention that Saturn and Jupiter have more water vapor in their atmosphere than you find in the liquid Earth. Or the Oort cloud. Just trillions of comets covered in ice. The point is, if it's water that they're after, there's much more abundant sources of it right here in our solar system that, don't have a pesky infestation of hairless monkeys with nuclear weapons. It also stands to reason that water is so common here that it's probably also pretty common in their own solar system, which would be exponentially easier to access. So more likely it's the planet itself. Like for whatever reason their planet or their stars, they don't say, when they find this nice, wet planet right in the squishy zone of a stable in-class star, one that's not too far away, you just gotta have it. That is, of course, if their physiology requires a place like that. We'll get back around to that in a minute.
Come on.
Another reason they might contact us is to form an alliance of some kind. This might be in person by landing on the White House lawn or long distance through some kind of radio or light signals. Yeah, I love how I keep saying the White House lawn as if there are no other heads of state around the world. Not trying to be America-centric, I'm just saying the White House has a huge front lawn. It's kind of shaped like a UFO. I bet it was put there as a landing pad.
It's the camera.
Anyway, the point is that they might want to form some kind of an alliance with us.
Let me see if I can lock the camera.
Knowledge, maybe to help protect against some other hostile alien species. Or maybe they just want to make interplanetary friends.
Can I lock the camera?
Or maybe they just want to study us. I mean, we sent 10 successful robotic missions to Mars. And a big reason for that was because we wanted to know if there was life there. We've meticulously analyzed soil samples and scoured every inch with orbital satellites looking for any shred of bacterial life. We've scanned millions of star systems looking for planets just like ours that might support life. If we found one and had the actual ability to go there, we would absolutely go there and study the hell out of it. Why wouldn't aliens do the same thing? This is sometimes called the zoo hypothesis. It's one of the solutions to the Fermi paradox that explains why aliens would avoid revealing themselves to us but instead just kind of watch us from a distance. Kind of like we do at the zoo. This would help explain why UAPs are so elusive but also seemingly pervasive. It might explain stories of alien abductions and then doing experiments on people. And to be honest, this is one of the better options, because at least they aren't hostile toward us, and in fact, they might be inclined to protect us, like we protect animals in the zoo. Now, the flip side of that idea is the dark forest hypothesis. This one postulates that there are hundreds of alien civilizations everywhere, but we can't see them because they're all hiding from each other. And the only reason they would all hide from each other is because they're hiding from a hostile civilization that would wipe them out. It's a kind of game theory. Like, if you're a dominant civilization, the best way to preserve yourself is to eliminate any advancing civilization that threatens you. So maybe this dominant civilization sees our radio signals or spots signatures of nuclear explosions on our planet and recognizes us as an advancing civilization. So yeah, they come here to wipe us out before we get a chance to do the same to them. They aren't here for resources. They're not here to make friends. They just see another civilization out there that's rapidly advancing technologically, and they seem pretty prone to warfare. And they think, maybe we should nip this in the bud. I mean, if we're willing to bomb ourselves, just think what we do to them, right? And one more thing I want to talk about real quick, I teased this a minute ago, but alien physiology and how that might affect the reason that they would have for coming here. Like, again, we assume they would come here for the water or the stable sun, but that only matters if they're biologically similar to us. And who knows if that's the case? In fact, they most likely wouldn't be. Like, when you consider how varied different animal species are right here on this planet, it's kind of nuts to think that a species from a totally different planet with totally different conditions would be anything at all like us. Especially considering the vast distances they would have to cross to get here. It's most likely that they wouldn't be biological at all. At least not in the way that we think of biology. Because this does not travel well. It's far more likely that it would be like artificially intelligent machines or non-DNA based biology that would make the journey. Actually, a pretty good example of this is on the TV show Invasion on Apple TV+. The aliens are kind of this pixelated metal ferrofluid type creature, which if living creatures were to make it across the vastness of space, I think it would be something like that. Not some squishy, bug-eyed little green men. It'd have to be like a silicon-based life form, or even like a boron-based life form, or maybe just living machines. And when I mentioned terraforming earlier, that's what the aliens are doing in this show. They kind of drop these metallic spores that spread all over the place and basically turn the world into a world they could live in. Not so good for us, though. Which, that's a pretty baller move. And kind of the worst possible scenario, if you think about it. Like, imagine an enemy who isn't just trying to wipe you out, but they're trying to change the planet so you can't even exist there anymore. Permanently. Like, I was listing all these resources they might want earlier. I mean, who knows? It might be a mineral in the soil that's useless to us, but they can't live without, and just spread like interstellar kudzu all over the Earth. There is a spin-off of Dark Forest theory called Berserker theory that says that it's not necessarily an alien species that's going to be wiping out civilizations, but like a rogue artificial intelligence that swarms the galaxy with self-replicating probes, also called von Neumann probes. Like instead of sending themselves to go wipe out any potential threats, some ancient civilization created a self-replicating artificial intelligence, swarm to go do it. And then that species itself might have died out a long time ago, and their creation is still just roaming around the galaxy doing their bidding. It's kind of like the thought experiment of the paperclip machine that's programmed to make as many paperclips as possible, and then it gains sentience and just turns the whole universe into paperclips. Never seen that in a movie. But whatever the reason that they might come here, let's say that the aliens have found us. Now what? Let's start with that first scenario that I talked about. So we find unambiguous proof of alien signals from another star system in the universe. First of all, let's start with the good news. This is by far the most likely scenario. As I mentioned a minute ago, the distance between us and other star systems is ridiculously huge. The closest star to us is Proxima Centauri at 4.24 light years away.
Look, where
That's
is
24.6 trillion miles. And even more kilometers.
Okay.
The fastest man-made object ever was the Parker Solar Probe, which topped out at 430,000 miles an hour. Even at that speed, it would take 6,500 years to reach Proxima Centauri. And that's the closest star. Whereas light and electromagnetic signals travel at the speed of light, so 4.2 years. So yeah, it's a lot more likely that an alien civilization would send signals our way than spaceships. Assuming they're not worried about the dark forest hypothesis. And there is a plan if that should happen. It's just not from any government or the UN. It's from the International Academy of Astronautics. In 1989, the IAA drafted a document titled The Declaration of Principles Concerning Activities Following the Detection of Extraterrestrial Intelligence, which attempted to create basically a PCP, or a post-contact protocol. It's basically a framework of what to do in case there's a legitimate alien signal discovered. This was actually created by a SETI committee in the IAA, SETI being the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. It's a 9-point plan. It's fairly verbose, but I'll summarize it like this. Step 1, whatever team makes a discovery should first rule out any conceivable natural cause for the signal. Step 2, they should confirm with members of the SETI and the IAA before making any public announcement. Step 3 provides a list of specific astronomical agencies to share the information with through an IAEA committee. Also part of Step 3 is informing the Secretary General of the United Nations. Step 4, if everyone agrees that this is real, this is where you get to announce it to the world. And it did stipulate that whoever made the discovery should have the privilege of making the announcement, which is fair. Step 5 specifies that all the data should be shared openly with the scientific community. Step 6 specifies how the data should be saved. Step 7 is kind of interesting. It says that if it's an electromagnetic signal, that the International Telecommunications Union should block that frequency so that broadcasters don't contaminate the signal. Step 8 deals with any potential response we might send. Basically, appropriate international consultations take place. Finally, Step 9 says that the IAU should then create a committee to continue to monitor the signal and basically serve as a focal point for information. But yeah, scientists being nerdy. Love it. Now, this plan is a few decades old at this point. I'm sure it's evolved and changed a little bit in some ways, but for all those people out there working with SETI and watching the skies for signals, that's the plan. We are ready for that. But let's say it's that whole spaceship lands in the White House lawn or at the UN, that scenario. Aliens peacefully landing and introducing themselves. What happens then? Well, according to my research, there is not a plan for that. Now, the assumption is that they would be received in the same way that a foreign diplomat would be received, and that would be up to whatever country that lands in. Because, I mean, if an alien species sent, like, a delegation to introduce themselves, that's basically what they would be. Might be hard to find translators, though. If they just stop by for a meeting to say hello, they might establish communications between the two worlds, drop a little knowledge about their civilization, maybe others they found in the universe, and if we're lucky, maybe give us access to some cool alien tech, and then be on their way. I should be clear, I'm just kind of speculating at this point. And I imagine there will be a lot of international debate afterwards about that nation, sharing the info with the rest of the world. There would probably be a scramble to establish an international coalition to maintain communication with the aliens. And I imagine that would get super dirty. I mean, an alien species that's far more advanced than us would be the ultimate ally against any alien country. So, you want to get those aliens on your side. You want to let them know you're the good guys, they're the bad guys. Which, by the way, if there are actually aliens buzzing around out there in the universe, I can imagine one of the reasons maybe they haven't reached out to us is because, think about what a messy ally we would be. We're always fighting with each other. It would, to them, from their perspective, we're just in an ongoing, never-ending civil war. Not the most stable partner. Now, caveat. All of that is only if faster than light travel is possible, because if not, there is no way they're just popping by for a visit. This journey that they would have taken hundreds or even thousands of years. These would be generation ships looking for a new home. This would be their Mayflower. These would be interstellar refugees seeking asylum, and there would be thousands of them. Things would get tricky. There would be a lot of debates around whether they would qualify for citizenship, whether they should have their own sovereign territory, and if so, where would that be? What country's going to give up their land for this? Although they would bring with them some advanced alien technology beyond our wildest dreams, so, yeah, countries might actually scramble to put them up, in exchange for some exclusive access to that technology. But yeah, not everyone would be cool about them coming in. There would be a lot of establishing a new pecking order with them being more advanced than us. A lot of distrust of their intentions. Society would be turned upside down a bit. But maybe, just maybe, we adjust to this new reality and we all live happily ever after. Or maybe they extend the hand of friendship and our military attacks them anyway. I don't think there's a lot of chance for that, though. Again, if all you know is that these guys are more advanced than us, it would be insane to attack them without knowing what they're capable of doing. But what if they attacked us first? What if instead of contacting us peacefully, they just come in guns blazing? Got a plan for that? Okay, I came into this video 100% convinced that we had thought about this and made some kind of plan. And I can sum up the reason why I was so convinced of that in one word. Zombies. In 2011, the U.S. Department of Defense Strategic Command built a document that they called Conplan 8888, which was a kind of a wargaming scenario for junior officers in training. And the wargaming scenario was zombie apocalypse. Yeah, they were using a zombie outbreak as a way to kind of think strategically about contingency planning in case of attacks or invasions. It also kind of helped by avoiding the name of the actual country to minimize political risks of doing that. Yeah, military branches often
I don't know what it's doing right now.
Plan for real-world events and even potential future events.
Maybe my button
Space
sucks.
Force actually operates this thing called the Schreiber War Games, where they test future Space Force scenarios. But these Space War scenarios are between countries, not with country first. Well, it turns out, even though there's a plan for zombies, hypothetical though it may be, there are no plans for an alien attack. Hypothetical or otherwise. Now, to be clear, it is possible that this exists, but it's classified, for one reason or another. Common Plan 8888 was classified for years. It was only released under a Freedom of Information Act request. Now, hardcore alien junkies would argue that it absolutely exists, but it's classified. Hardcore alien junkies would argue that they're already here and running everything, but I've definitely avoided bringing that up this whole video. But yeah, according to my research, no countries around the world has any stated plans in the event of an alien attack. So, I mean, maybe the closest equivalent scenario for which we do have plans would be an all-out nuclear war. Since 1961, the United States has had a plan for nuclear war that they call the Single Integrated Operational Plan, or SIOP. Today it's just called the Operational Plan. Now, we don't know what all is in it exactly, because it has a lot to do with, like, what targets we would hit in retaliation, but they estimate that it would result in the death of a fifth of the world's population. But part of the plan involves the continuity of operations, essentially ensuring that the U.S. government would continue to function. And it's only been enacted twice, on September 11th and January 6th. Essentially, high-ranking government officials...
My guns aren't working?
...forced their way to a handful of underground bunkers in Virginia and Maryland.
Calm down.
Most U.S. states
Calm
have
down.
similar plans, and obviously every other country in the world has...
Calm down. I don't know what it's doing. Calm down.
Nuclear war, by the way, is a pretty good guide on this, because nuclear weapons would be our biggest weapon.
Calm down.
against the aliens.
Calm down.
We could expect
Calm
to see a
down.
whole lot of
Up. Calm down.
Ironically,
Calm
our own
down.
defenses would probably wipe out as many people as the aliens. And it still might not be enough. The man in charge of SETI, a guy named Seth Shostak, he was once asked what he would do if an alien force attacked us. And he said he would basically run into the hills and kiss his own ass goodbye. Because it would be immediately game over. I know I keep saying this throughout this video, but any alien civilization that could actually reach here would be so far beyond us technologically. It's kind of delusional to think we could even put up.
Come on.
Which is why we haven't gained this out. Like, how do you even prepare for an attack when you have absolutely no idea what the enemy's capable of? So it seems that while the government is taking UAPs seriously, the possibility of an actual attack is, in their minds anyway, still science fiction. So we have no plan. It would be chaos at first. Emergency agencies would be overwhelmed and only be able to help certain sectors of the public, most likely the political and business elites. As the aliens begin to take more territory, the military would probably cordon off safe areas for people to move into. The world become very militarized very fast. And because this would be a global attack, it would require global coordination amongst militaries. So you'd see a consolidation of control through alliances like NATO or the UN. These military agencies would probably align with the tech industry to kick our own technologies into hyperdrive to try to keep up. And in the middle of all of that, there would just be ordinary people trying to survive and take care of those around them. And try to figure out what it all means. Maybe to find purpose amongst the apocalypse. All of which is exactly what you see on Invasion on Apple TV+. Season 3, streaming now. Yes, this video is sponsored by Apple TV. Seriously though, don't sleep on Invasion, because it hits different than other shows that I've seen in this genre. First of all, metallic aliens coming down to terraform the Earth. I've never seen that before. But I also like that it's told from the perspective of just like regular people around the world. They're just trying to figure out what's going on, and like all the terror and the confusion and the chaos that comes with that. Like this is how you and I would experience an alien invasion. You got the mom trying to protect her kids while her marriage is falling apart. You got the soldier stationed in the Middle East that's trying to get home. You got the mission control specialist in love with an astronaut who died in the first attack. You got a group of kids that get stranded after a bus accident, but one of the kids has been having like these visions of aliens and might hold the secret to defeating them. It just goes to places you don't expect, and it plays with some really interesting concepts, especially around like communication with aliens, like the linguistics of how you would decipher alien language. My biggest beef with the way most aliens are depicted in TV shows is that they're just too much like us. You know, like I was saying before, something that evolved in a different world would be unimaginably different than anything we know. These aliens are weird. Their technology is incomprehensible, which is what I think it would actually be like. Like, we would have no clue what we were even looking at. Anyway, season 1 is great. We follow these characters as they're trying to figure out what's going on. Eventually they figure out how to uncloak the ships because they were invisible to us throughout the show. And they knock them on their ass with a nuclear attack. But then in season 2, the aliens retaliate with even bigger, like hunter-killer aliens, and they take over more of the planet, and the stakes are raised. We meet this energy vortex-like consciousness that absorbs people's consciousnesses into its hive mind. It gets pretty crazy. And now season 3 just started. I'm just a little bit into it, but yeah, now there's these new aliens. There's like an apex alien, bigger and badder. And by the way, you apparently don't have to be a cringy nerd like me to like it. My wife's gotten sucked into it, and she's not even generally a sci-fi fan. Anyway, it's good fun. Go check it out. Invasion on Apple TV+. Anyway, back to the real world. I think the takeaway from this video is what Seth Shostak said. If aliens do attack, just head for the hills, because you are on your own. There is no plan. Yeah, if you got any ideas, please share them in the comments, because we got to start somewhere. Although, again, please don't lose any sleep over this. The most likely scenario, by far, would be finding proof of aliens out in space somewhere, which would be pretty cool. Anyway, that's it for today. Thank you guys so much for watching. Please do like and share this video if you liked it. And if this is your first time here, I'll put a little video up here on screen. You can go take a look at some of my other videos. And if you like them, please do subscribe. I invite you to subscribe. I come back with videos I'm trying to get back to every Monday. Pretty often, anyway. But that's it for now. You guys go out there. Have an eye-opening rest of the week. Stay safe. See you guys later. Love you guys.
I remember growing up thinking that brainwashing and mind control was just something you see in comic books and cartoons. But now I know it's a very real thing that you can see happening daily in this country. Now, the big thing I want to talk about, I'm going to talk about a lot here. There's going to be a bunch of blabbering here and drool coming out of my mouth as I'm spitting, because I'm about to be getting pretty passionate. And the big focus is on the huge crypto collapse from yesterday. And the very suspicious, very lucky trader who was able to cash out $190 million off of it because they were shorting Bitcoin and Ethereum a day before and all the way up until a minute before Trump's Truth Social post announcing the massive tariffs on China, which crashed the entire market. And then 30 minutes later, they cash out $190 million. It seems like they might have known something, but that can't be, right? That would be corruption. And this administration doesn't engage in that kind of nefarious activity. Except for all the previous times that this exact same thing has happened with Trump announcing things on Truth Social that people close to him that suckle his fucking teats must have had insider knowledge on, because they were able to cash out millions upon millions of dollars because of his rinse and repeat cycle of threatening tariffs, backing off tariffs, postponing tariffs, just fluctuating the market up and down. Yet people in his inner circle must be privy to this knowledge, because they are making absolute bullseye trades based on that before it becomes public. So this isn't really anything new. It's just the most egregious instance, because you can literally see it. This account opens and starts shorting Bitcoin and Ethereum a day before this announcement, and then a minute before the Truth Social post goes live. Like, it's unbelievable. And if you're a MAGA cultist, it actually is unbelievable. They refuse to believe it. They refuse to accept the very real reality that they are getting fucking hosed. Trump and Trump's family's net worth has exploded since becoming president. How do you defend that? Well, I'll tell you how. Because they say Trump is such a benevolent saint, he actually doesn't even keep his salary from being president. Wow, that's how much he cares about the American people. You fucking delusional homunculus. The presidential salary is actual peanuts. It's literal fucking used condoms in the grand scheme of how much money him and his family are making throughout his presidency. When he was being fucking sworn in, he was still launching up to 168 new products. And that doesn't even include things like his cologne that he launched, you know, the fucking Trump Gooch galore smell, the Trump watches, the Trump phone and shit like that. So that has only increased the amount of things that he is hawking to the American people to buy, solely to enrich himself and his family, his fucking meme coin and all of that. His family is going ballistic in terms of how much money they are making off of his presidency. They're not even hiding it. They are just constantly making money off of you. As you suffer and get less and less money, they get more and more. They are taking the pizza and not even leaving you bits and pieces, morsels of the crust. It's sad, and yet people love it. They will accept it with a fucking smile on their face and say, please, give me some more. I've got more holes for you to fill. Please, come in here. I'm waiting. It's just absurd. They don't even stick to a single belief anymore. Like the Epstein files, I know I have made a lot of content on in the past, so I'm not going to regurgitate that, but the Epstein files are a really good example of how they really cared about the Epstein files, and they were really upset at the failure of Joe Biden to release them in that administration, so they were hyping up Trump about all of his promises to release those Epstein files, which he has still not done, and still actively, just like discounts, and the entire administration denying the existence of now. And this same group of people that was so excited for Trump to follow through on that promise is now like, oh, he didn't break any promises. In fact, it's just not even important. That's why he's not doing it. Like, it's not a big deal. Like, who cares about the Epstein files? We have so many bigger things to worry about. Like what the next product we're going to have to buy from Trump is. Like, they're just now saying, it doesn't matter. We don't care. We actually don't want this information. Actually, I believe everything they're saying now. Yeah, it definitely doesn't exist. Yeah, actually, Maxwell's probably innocent too. But again, I've already talked about that a lot. Let's talk about some other stuff. The COVID vaccine Trump just got a COVID booster. Not a conspiracy. Just out in the open, signed, documented, stamped. It is legitimate. Trump just got a COVID booster. And this administration has constantly played into the
I don't know
MAGA
how I
fear of the
oversteer,
jab.
dude.
That
I
was one of
just,
the
it
big things with MAGA
oversteers,
is like
man. I
how
just,
this is, contaminating us, poisoning us. They're trying to kill us with the jab. And now Trump just got the vaccine booster, and those same people, like Gunther Dickelman, are now applauding him for it, sucking a fucking fart out of his butt for it, giving him a full rim job, like, yes, the president's healthy, this is great news. Meanwhile, only a few months ago, a
okay.
big
Come on,
talking
just
point from
keep
him and so many
routine.
others
It's routine.
is the COVID vaccine and the evil of it. But now that Trump got the vaccine booster, well, now they love it. Well, now it's great. Actually, Trump probably got the vaccine booster because he's going to immediately give all of us herd immunity. He is using himself as a selfless sacrifice with the jab, so that way his aura of being immune to COVID will help infiltrate all of us via osmosis. So now we're all immune to COVID thanks to Trump getting the COVID vaccine booster. Or some crazy shit, maybe. That one I'm just spitballing, but I'm trying to find ways they'll mental gymnastics around it. But the sad reality is they're not even going to bother trying. They're just going to be like Gunther here, and just be like the good little NPC drone that's like, anything Trump does is great. Can't wait to swallow more Trump meat. Even though it goes completely against all of the things he was talking about. It's like so many people that were talking about the jab and how evil it is and all of that are now celebrating that Trump got it. It's just so obvious. It's so blatant. Like fucking
I
Cat
didn't,
Turd.
no,
I don't think
dude,
I've
I'm
seen anything
not.
from him on Trump getting the jab here. Just radio silence,
I'm
just
not
crickets.
steering
It's
it
just
that much.
ignore things
dude. Huh.
that make you have to think. That is the cult mentality of MAGA. Anything Trump does is perfect.
Not
Anything that
steering it
makes me
that much,
think that
dude.
maybe there's something else there, I shut out. I plug my ears to. It is fucking horrifying. Trump is now building a Qatari Air Force base in Idaho. Trump has accepted a huge $400 million Wumbo Turbo Superstar jet from Qatar.
I can't get it to go back to, I
Look,
can't
it's a
get it to
crazy
not
gift. That's one hell
oversteer.
of a donation there.
It's
I
got to
don't
be
want
you're
to
not
toss the
exiting.
B word around
You
too
got to let go of
lightly here,
A,
the
if something, let go halfway through and let it
nomenclature,
straighten
but I
itself out,
mean,
maybe.
definitely smells a little fishy over here with that, especially in regards to
Okay.
what came soon after. He then signed a
I'm going the
$5.5
other way.
billion
I
deal
was
with
going the
Qatar
other.
for a
Okay.
Trump golf course.
Let's not
Yippee,
do
that's
A.
great for
Do
the
that.
American people.
Okay.
More Trump
Do the
wealth that he
keys. Because
accumulates
you're
here
right
through
there.
this deal.
Okay. On
And
the stick.
now he is
Don't listen to
putting
it. Don't
a
use A.
Qatar Air Force
Don't
base
use A.
on our homeland soil.
So that you can
America
observe
first, right? Yeah, it's really
A for
America
that.
first
Okay.
thinking right there.
Don't
Yeah,
use A.
and then I've
Don't
already
use
seen
A.
the quote
Use the
about how
keys.
actually no, this is a joint training procedure. This is something that we do all the time, actually. And I saw JD, My Chemical Romance Vance, talking today about like how it's actually just all fake news and stuff. Even though they have literally verbatim, point blank said exactly what this deal is, and he is just denying that. So
Look,
not
you
even the
can't not
administration is
oversteer it.
in
The
agreement on
minute
their
you move
talking
it,
points
dude.
right now. It's a fucking mess.
Okay.
And still, people are so brainwashed and mind controlled that they'll just accept it and be like, this is great. This is America first.
It's
Actually,
just
to put
fucking
this
out of
Qatar Air
control,
Force
dude.
base in Idaho.
It's
That's actually
fucking out
exactly
of
what I
control.
wanted. And
Okay.
then Trump always finds a way
Pull
to
out
surprise me
of the
with some
barrel
crazy
roll.
schizo
Pull
post
out
I'm
of the
waiting
barrel
on.
roll
So his most
early. See
recent
what it
one
does,
is
dude. Don't
the
stay in the
Biden
roll.
FBI placed 274 agents into the crowd on January 6th. If this is so, which it is, a lot of very good people will be owed big apologies.
Now
What a
pull out.
scam! Do something!
No,
President
I can't.
DJT.
It's false.
There
Okay.
is so
Pull up
much
and
wrong
out.
with
I
that.
don't know,
I think he
dude.
forgot to
Okay.
take his
Come on, work with it.
suppositories because holy shit, Trump was president on January 6th.
Okay, it's not
Biden
that
did
way.
not control the FBI. But you know what? Let's play ball here and dive into a fucking fever dream, a fantasy.
So
Let's
it's
say
forward on the
Joseph
stick.
Biden set down his ice cream, cracked his knuckles, and assumed direct control of the FBI on January 6th and placed all of these agents in here just as Trump says. Well, why
Got it,
don't you do
dude.
something about
Look
it?
what
You
it's
are the
doing, dude.
president. Who are you asking to do something? God? Batman? Like, who are you trying to call? Who are you trying to summon to do something? You are the president. So if this is real, why aren't you doing anything? This is a classic President DJT maneuver here, the entire administration really, with like all of these crimes from the Democrats, all of these absolutely abhorrent, vile crimes that the Democrats have done. No more playing nice, no more Mr. Nice Guy. We're showing our teeth, we're baring our fangs, and we're gonna get something done about it. And then nothing. It's all just posturing. It's all performative. It is a game, and they are playing you. They are preying upon your gullibility and your your inclination to be afraid, to constantly keep you in fear, because when you are afraid and when you are convinced that the other side is doing all of these things to get you are so fucking easy to control. You're so malleable. That's why they're playing that shit in the airports now about how, like, the Democrats are Satan and all of that. If you have all of this overwhelming evidence that you claim to have about all of these crimes and all of this shit that the Democrats have done, why have you done nothing? You would be just as guilty in that case. What is the quote? The only thing it takes for evil to succeed is for good men to do nothing? Well, if you know that all of this evil is happening from the Democrats and you're doing nothing, you're just as guilty. Like, this is so clearly obvious to anyone that's thinking for more than 5 fucking seconds. And you don't even need to be thinking for 5 seconds to see this new Truth Social stinker here that he squeaked out as anything other than just a sham. Like, this should just be alarming into the mental decline of Trump. He was president on January 6th. He controlled the FBI, not Biden. Biden was probably out riding his bike to a fucking twisty treat. I don't think he was down there as the puppet master pulling the strings, putting FBI agents in January 6th. It is so crazy, and yet people will just swallow it. They will swallow any shit that Trump feeds them happily, even when they know it's something bad. Like Ted Cruz saying that he got into Congress 13 years ago solely to represent the interests of Israel. He is an American politician who openly states that he is here for Israel. That, again, like I said, feels treasonous to me. And I imagine most people in a different time period would feel the same. But
I don't know what it's doing there. I don't understand what it's doing there. I'm not a real big, I don't know. How many times has this game broken me, dude? I don't know what it's doing there, dude.
Why does
It's
Israel
fucking
have
just,
such a
I get
huge
it.
stranglehold on the American political landscape and such a massive say-so in how American companies do their business? And why do they even have the ability to start making demands about what needs to be censored in regards to
It looks
their
like it's
atrocities
flying
on
straight, and
American
then
platforms?
it's, I guess,
It
not
would be
flying
alarming to
straight.
everyone if the political sphere wasn't just, I have to support everything from this side no matter what. It is fucking scary. Now, I do want to make a mention of something. It's not all horrible, awful news. There's actually a ceasefire going on right now. And I can only pray that it sticks.
What is it
With
doing, dude?
Netanyahu, you
What is
never
it
really fucking
doing?
know.
How's it?
But I can only keep my fingers crossed and pray for the absolute best for the Palestinians and hope that going forward, people of Gaza will no longer need to fear being massacred by Netanyahu's IDF. Now, I know I said at the beginning of the video the focus of this was going to be on the crypto collapse and the super lucky guy that happened to make $190 million going against all rational thinking and against all the odds. Truly a miracle. But I couldn't help myself. This is just so preposterous. But now, let's finally dive into the crypto collapse. CoffeeZilla made a video going over this. It's extremely well put together, so I'm going to be showing you some clips of that as we
really
talk
gotta
about
be
it.
gentle.
I don't even know
with the
what
buttons,
this is.
dude.
I think this is all legal, kind of. I don't think it should be, as you'll see.
I gotta
Thing is,
tap.
even if
You
it
gotta
wasn't
tap.
legal, it wouldn't matter. There will be no justice pursued regardless, because I think it's pretty clear that whoever this is, they are part of Trump's inner circle of cronies,
Okay,
and they had this knowledge beforehand what was coming. And it doesn't take a genius to recognize that imposing these huge tariffs on China was going to have a huge effect on the market. So it was a pretty easy opportunity for them to short with that knowledge in mind and make an unbelievable amount of money. Again, if it is legal, it shouldn't be, like CoffeeZilla says, but even if it isn't legal, it won't matter, because they're not going to do anything about it.
But the question is, what did this guy know? Okay, how did somebody make $190 million while everyone else was losing their shirts yesterday? If you don't know, there was one of the biggest crashes we've ever seen in crypto. And someone came in 24 hours before and started placing shorts against the market. Short is just when you bet that the underlying asset is going to go down in price and you will make money on that. Now, this all started October 9th. At 16:39 GMT time, they start accumulating this Bitcoin short.
So T-minus 24 hours until the rest of the world knows this information about the impending tariffs. They come in with $80
Don't pull back
million
on the stick. Don't
that they
pull
start
down on the
shorting
stick.
Bitcoin
Do not pull down on the
That
stick.
is not like
Not
a
pull down
gamble
on
or
the stick.
anything.
If
That
anything,
feels like they
forward.
knew
Go
for
forward
sure
on,
something
push
was
forward
going
on
to
the
happen.
stick.
That is a crazy
Forward on
amount
the
to come out
stick.
of nowhere with to short Bitcoin.
Now, the amount is unusual, but that itself is not the unusual part. Then we have Ethereum starts to get shorted at 349
Forward on the stick.
GMT.
Push forward on the
Interesting.
stick
$30
just
million
a little
gets
bit.
deposited into this account. Immediately start placing major bets that the market is going to go down. Why is this significant? Well, because
Try not to
at
oversteer.
14:57, this is only a few hours later, like 12 hours later, Trump posts on Truth Social that they are calculating a massive increase on Chinese tariffs.
Zoinks, that's really lucky. This account comes out of nowhere,
What is?
swinging
I don't know what's happening right now,
numbers,
dude.
swinging big time fucking
I
balloons here.
I
on
don't
these
know what's
shorts.
happening, dude.
And
I
then
can't.
shortly after,
Dude, I
looks like
don't know
something
what's
might be
happening. I
happening to the
barely
market
touch
here with
it.
these
I
potential
barely touch
tariffs
it,
that they're
dude.
calculating.
Where I
I'm
think this
barely
goes
touching you,
from
dude.
suspicious
I
to
am
downright
barely touching you,
diabolical
dude. Oh my
is the
god, I'm
fact
barely
that at this
touching you,
point,
dude.
the market dips a little bit because you have these threats of tariffs. But the person does not start closing out their shorts yet.
No, that's not weird. This trader's just got diamond hands. What? He's not gonna close out his position based off of just that one tweet there. No, that wouldn't make any sense. He's just got strong
I'm barely
paws to really
touching
grip
you,
onto his
man.
positions
Come
here.
Which I
on.
think is very interesting. You place this huge short bet, and then the president tweets something like this. You would think you would close out your order, but not only do they not do that, not only do they not close out their short, they continue to place short bets against Bitcoin. In fact,
Barely
this person
touching you,
continues
dude.
to short
Barely
Bitcoin all
touching
the
you.
way up until 2049.23 GMT. Why is that significant, ladies and gentlemen? It's because 2049 is the last short he places, okay? 2050 GMT. A minute later, 1
It
minute
looked like I
later,
was headed.
Trump
Why is
announces
it
they're
going
considering
sideways?
a
Why do I'm
100%
exiting and going
on China,
sideways
which of
instead of
course
straight?
tanks the market.
That's what's
And
weird.
this person
It's
makes
totally
literally
sideways.
$190 billion in 24 hours.
Then over the course of the next half hour, they close out all of their shorts and they cash out big time jackpot. Wow, did they get lucky or what, huh?
What? Why am I
Man,
going
I cannot believe
sideways,
the
dude?
coinky dink there, shorting all the way up until 1
How does it
minute before Trump's
tailspin?
tweet.
What
Jeez,
is
some guys
happening?
have
Okay,
all the
okay.
luck. You would actually need to be the
Sideways.
biggest fucking
I'm going
super troglodyte on the
sideways.
planet to think that
I
this
come
is
out of the
just like
barrel
a
going
lucky,
sideways.
miracle trade here
Straight towards
from
that
this
cliff.
individual. This is clearly someone that had information about what was coming. The speculation is that it's Barry.
It's sideways.
There's a lot of people
Okay.
that are
It's when you come out of the barrel roll
providing
somehow.
their
It's when you come
evidence that
out.
it's
When you
Barron.
got to come out at the
Nothing's
right
confirmed
time.
on who this is, and I don't think there will ever be confirmation on who this was. But it doesn't take a galaxy brain 5-digit IQ genius to see this and recognize that the only way that something like this happens is if that person had prior knowledge of what was coming. There is no other explanation for it. So while everyone else lost tons of money, some people lost everything. This crash was so colossal that some people took their own lives because of it. The only way that someone went totally against the grain all the way up until 1 minute before the fucking, bomb dropped from Trump here is if they knew it was coming. Like, it's just, I think it is so clear. And the only way you
know.
could possibly
It's
think
all.
anything else is if you're already brainwashed and mind controlled and stuck in a cult mentality. I really don't know what it will take to snap people out of this. The people that are just so far gone and willing to deny all the evidence of their eyes and ears, that they're constantly being told that they need to. Following these orders of just deny everything that you see and hear from this administration and everything going on. I don't know how you bring them back into
Then
like
sideways.
being
He
able
goes
to
totally
think,
sideways,
like
dude.
actually be able to think. It's fucking terrifying.
It's going
It's actually
fucking sideways,
extremely
bro.
scary. So yeah, I wanted to yap about this morning. That's really about it. So yeah.
Hello, person. This is Anton, and it's that time of the year again. The time when we have to discuss the Nobel Prize in Physics, and basically why the scientists won the Nobel Prize, and what exactly their discovery shows us. And well, unlike the 2024's controversial award, which partially went to the researchers behind the artificial intelligence research, specifically based on the statistical physics and the research you can learn about in my videos on this station, this year we are diving deep into the foundation of quantum mechanics, but in a way that truly challenges classical reality. granted, such as objects don't go through walls. And so in 2025, the Nobel Prize in Physics was awarded to John Clark, Michael Gabbard, and John Martinez for the achievement that's summarized as the discovery of macroscopic quantum mechanical tunneling and energy quantization in an electric circuit. Or essentially, they demonstrated that famous quantum rules that usually are difficult to understand do not just apply to the tiny world of atoms and electrons, and can actually apply to systems that are much larger, and even systems that you can hold in your hand. They brought the tiny quantum world and the large-scale classical world together. Or, just to rephrase this, they discovered that even larger objects can basically become quantum and go through walls. But before you try this at home by running into the wall really fast, let's discuss exactly how this works and how it's unlikely to work for us because we're just a little bit too large. But in essence, they demonstrated a famously bizarre rules of quantum world, but mostly using atoms and electrons. But they did so by bringing the quantum reality into the large-scale world around us. And this was a remarkable advance in the world of physics, mostly because it once again confirmed that we need to understand the main differences between our everyday classical world and the fundamental quantum world that's so much more difficult to understand. But I guess let's maybe start with just some of the more visual explanations in order for all this to make sense. And so here we're going to use some of the examples from the Nobel Prize website. Imagine throwing a ball against a solid wall. And you can do this many times, hundreds, thousands, millions of times. The results are always going to be the same. The ball bounces back. This is our classical everyday world experience, with the wall basically serving as a kind of an impenetrable barrier. But in the quantum world, things are fundamentally different. If you fire a subatomic particle like an electron at a barrier, and even a particle that doesn't really have enough energy to cross the barrier, there's always a very small but positive non-zero chance that the particle is just going to pass directly through the barrier without feeling it. We refer to this as quantum tunneling. And for a very long time, researchers believe that this is inherently a quantum behavior, something that's only microscopic in scale, and something that only applies to maybe single electrons and photons. And that's because once you involve a large number of particles, quantum effects usually become insignificant. And this is where Clark's, Dvorak's, and Martini's work in 1984 and 1985 changed everything. They essentially set out to try to see what happens if you do use larger objects. They wanted to find out if tunneling could happen on macroscopic scales as well, scales involving many particles. And they achieved this using an electronic circuit built out of superconductors. It sort of looked like this, but if we were to try to simplify this, here's basically what it kind of looks like. Now I guess here a quick reminder. Superconductors are materials that conduct electrical current with absolutely zero resistance once they drop below a certain critical temperature. And so for this experiment, the critical component they used was known as the Josephson junction. This is what you're looking at right here. And here's an actual image of the chip developed by the National Institute of Standards and Technology. In this case, this is a quantum mechanical device created by using two superconductors that are separated by a relatively thin, non-superconducting barrier, which is roughly what you see in this image. So we have a normal conductor on top, and then we have two superconductors in the middle. And so when certain materials become superconductors, the electrons inside of them join in pairs that we usually refer to as Cooper pairs. And these basically always form in superconductors at low temperatures and start to behave as a single quasi-particle and then produce superconductivity properties. And so here one of the first experimental proofs was that a lot of these Cooper pairs flowed through the superconductor and started to behave in unison. They essentially started to act as a single quantum particle. And this is actually kind of similar to the famous Bose-Einstein condensate, where many different particles at certain temperatures and variable pressures will also start acting as a single thing, single quantum particle. And this particle-like macroscopic system found itself trapped in a stable state where current flowed with zero voltage, as if it was behind some kind of massive classical barrier. And classically, it should have been trapped here forever. But in their experiment, the system suddenly showed quantum character. it managed to spontaneously tunnel out of that zero voltage state, causing an electrical voltage to suddenly appear. This is essentially what that third image shows us. So here all these Cooper pairs start to act as a single particle, but instead of staying into separate spaces, they actually filled the entire circuit, basically going directly through the wall. And this was the first successful demonstration of macroscopic quantum tunneling, multiple particles tunneling through the wall. But the work did not stop here. Here they were also able to show that a lot of these macroscopic states, or these macroscopic electrical circuits, also exhibited energy quantization. Now in physics, when we call something quantized, it means that this energy can only exist in very specific and very distinct packets or levels, basically like steps on a staircase. And so if the system absorbs or emits energy, it can only do so in very precise, fixed amounts. This is a typical property for individual atoms. And so here Clark's team confirmed that the large circuit they created also had these quantized energy levels. And this was a very powerful demonstration. Here, a massive system containing trillions of electrons could be described by a single wave function that followed quantum rules. And so in many ways, the circuit behaved like an engineered artificial atom on a very large scale. And though this may not seem important right now, eventually this laid the groundwork for all of the quantum computing that's done today. And so John Martinez, one of the laureates, went on to pioneer the use of two lowest energy states of these artificial atoms as solid-state qubits, or just qubits as they're usually known. And so the architecture in a typical quantum computer usually relies on superconducting qubits stemming from all the research I just mentioned that eventually led to the foundation of some of the highest performance quantum computers in existence. And so the initial discovery that Josephson circuits could be quantized basically led to the formation of first quantum computers. But even though quantum computers are still being developed and have not really entered commercial sector yet, the phenomenon of macroscopic quantum tunneling also powers a lot of specialized devices many of us have already used before. For example, certain types of ultra-low field MRI machines. If you've ever had an MRI taken, there's a very high chance it was actually using very similar principles. Likewise, similar circuits and similar phenomena are usually used in fields like geophysics and even neuroscience in order to collect data. But at the same time, since 2025 was designated as the year of quantum technology and science, this 2025 Nobel Prize is quite timely. This is officially the celebration of 100 years since modern quantum mechanics began, and it's a fitting award that recognizes a breakthrough that confirms persistence of quantum properties even on human scales. And so while there were previous experiments that showed quantum tunneling in a lot of other phenomena, here we had the first types of experiments involving huge numbers of particles that create a single quantum state. And so what does all of this mean? Well, the 2025 Nobel Prize in Physics reminds us that the line between different fields of science is very often somewhat blurred. Just as we saw with the 2024 award, where the statistical physics research gave rise to the modern AI applications in computer science, we are now witnessing something somewhat similar. Complex electrical engineering systems showed us some of the deepest secrets of quantum mechanics on a scale we've previously thought impossible. And so Clark, Deborah, and Martinez gave us all the tools that we need to conduct additional research and to create some of the first qubits, which finally bridge the gap between the bizarre subatomic world and macroscopic existence. So this is some of the most fundamental research when it comes to potential future technologies of tomorrow. And though quantum computing is still not there yet, quite a lot of
I wasn't ready.
sensors
I'm
and
starting over.
medical technologies use these phenomena already. And that's of course a perfect example of science at work, and the perfect reason to award a Nobel Prize to these three scientists. And so huge congratulations to John Clark, Michel Deborah, and John Martinez once again.
Now we gotta go help people customize and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Maybe where's the golf cart?
They definitely deserved it. And so many of these discoveries laid the foundation for advancing quantum technologies we use today. This includes quantum computing, quantum cryptography, various quantum sensors, while at the same time also serving as the foundation for a lot of other technologies we take for granted. And so one of the more important achievements here is the transition from a kind of a theoretical framework to a real-world application and devices based on macroscopic systems that we can obviously see and use. But when it comes to future technologies, right now this research has a lot of potential to revolutionize many different fields. For example, fields of secure communication, extremely high-performance computations, and super sensitive detection methods, with lots of different prototypes and lots of different research from the last 10 years harnessing many of these discoveries. And so hopefully this explains what this 2025 Nobel Prize was all about and why it's technically really important for the future of humanity. But until I guess we learn something else about quantum physics, or until the next video about the next Nobel Prize, that's pretty much all I wanted to mention. Check out some of the previous videos in the description. Thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support the channel on Patreon, where you can find additional videos without any ads, and can DM me directly, or by joining the channel membership that grants you early access. Alternatively, you can also buy the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye-bye.
According to a recent poll, nearly half of Americans believe in ghosts, testifying to the enduring power of spiritual belief, and I suspect that number is even a bit higher among viewers of this channel. And to be sure, this is a completely reasonable belief. Stories of the restless dead appear in virtually every civilization and people group, with such tales going back to the earliest times of writing and with remarkable similarity through time. I suspect they go well back into prehistory. But under closer inspection, the concept of the ghost isn't quite as timeless or as cross-cultural as it may first appear. Indeed, the ghost has evolved, we might say, under the culture and religious pressures of history. What ghosts very often became was precisely what ghosts needed to be for those pretending to spiritual authority. And this is on no clearer display than in the transformation of the ghosts in some of the very distinct periods of Latin and Western European history. What do we learn from the evolutionary mutation of the ghosts in some of these great tectonic historical shifts? Just how did ghosts evolve? If you're interested in magic, hermetic philosophy, alchemy, Kabbalah, or the history of the occult, make sure to subscribe here and check out my other content on topics of esotericism. If you want a reliable lay of the land, the study of esotericism, make sure to check out my study guide. And if you want to support work like this of providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics of esotericism here on YouTube, I'd hope you would consider taking a look at my Patreon, maybe consider a one-time donation with a super thanks or PayPal or whatever. Click like, subscribe, whatever. But let's explore some moments in the history of the evolution of the European ghosts, and how those evolutionary processes still inform our conceptions of the restless dead. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. The concept of the ghost does seem timeless, the misty, spectral being hovering translucently in the glooming corridors of some forlorn, derelict, and liminal space. And yet, that image of the ghost is anything other than timeless. It's very much a conception of the ghost that primarily emerges from the 19th century Northern European Gothic movement. While a ghost in a jungle or a windswept desert tomb may seem perhaps a bit foreign to us, I suspect that those would be the ghosts of the Mayans, and they were indeed the ghosts of the Egyptians. Like all memes or mimetic information packets, the concept of the ghost tells us often as much about us as it does about any of the metaphysical properties of the disembodied dead, assuming that's what ghosts are in the end. Our conception of ghosts has evolved and mutated given very concrete social and especially religious pressures, such that the ghosts that we take to be timeless only appear timeless because they are, in fact, the result of the very same pressures that produce us, beings of the present, most often blissfully ignorant of the very processes of which we are, too, the result. But ghosts are fascinating because by studying their evolution, we're given perhaps a surprisingly nuanced glimpse into our very history, or at least some relatively oblique and admittedly esoteric dimensions of it. Of course, there's no way this video could pretend to be a comprehensive history of Western European ghosts. But let's take a look at a few vignettes of the development of the ghost. The ghosts of Christianization, the resurrection of ghosts in contact with Germanic paganism, the war over ghosts between Protestants and Catholics, and the ghosts that continue to haunt the Enlightenment, much to the chagrin of the rationalists and empiricists, to again get a glimpse of the history of just how ghosts evolved and how we evolved with them. Late anti-Christians had a, let's call it, complicated relationship with the Romanization of their religion. On the one hand, Christianity had become thoroughly Romanized, at least in a social sense, very early on, decoupling themselves from their Judean origins before being adopted as the official religion of an empire that once sought their eradication. It's a fantastic success story. And yet, Christian theologians were at pains to divorce themselves from the Roman religion they viewed as, well, pagan. Of course, the various gods and goddesses were transformed, promoted into demons, promoted into angels, and variously erased, rehabilitated, detorned, and remixed. But the Romans also held to a wide belief in the idea of specific household deities, but also specifically deities of the deceased, such as restless lemures, or malevolent spirits, and the more beneficent ancestral manes, or the lores spirits of a specific home. And indeed, if you've ever seen a Roman tombstone, you probably see it blazoned with the abbreviation DMS, Dis Manibus Sacrum, meaning something like sacred to the ghost gods, or the ancestor spirits. And of course, the culture of the ancestor spirits was an important aspect of Roman religion, such that the living had to retain right relationship with the dead, a largely cross-cultural phenomena. In fact, failing this, or if a person were to die violently or unjustly or with something undone in their life, they may return as a lemure or a larva, seeking out justice or vengeance or just to be buried. Indeed, the prototypical haunted house story for the Romans was to be found in the 1st century tale recorded by Pliny the Younger, where Athenodorus, a Stoic philosopher no less, pacified a ghost in an Athenian home that he lived in. In fact, I've done a whole episode on this fantastic Roman ghost story if you want to check that out. I even copied out the entire story in a period hand on papyrus because it is esoteric. But the Roman understanding of the restless dead returning in any form was just anathema to the early Christians. God alone was worthy of worship, and any adoration paid to the dead was just absolutely forbidden by the legislation of God given to Moses. Further, the dead were thought by the early Christians to be set into a kind of spiritual hibernation, sleeping, as it were, while awaiting for the final judgment of God. Then and only then would they be brought back to life, physically brought back to life, and then subject to divine justice, then allowed to enter into the heavenly kingdom of God, or cast down into perdition, where the worms never die in fire within him. Simply put, the dead were just under the unique jurisdiction of the one God. They were causally inert, and thus they could not be much aided or interact with the living. And of course, the principal architect of this line of early Western Christian understanding of the role of God, the living, and the dead is St. Augustine. It's always going to be St. Augustine. But addressing the nature of the proper Christian relationship with the departed, Augustine, in texts like the 421 on the care to be taken for the dead, De Cura pro mortuis Correnda, lays out the position that will become normative for hundreds of years into the development of Christianity. Relying on the New Testament tale of the rich man and Lazarus, St. Augustine held that there is no transit between the realms of the post-mortem punishment and reward, but also no transit from the realm of the post-mortem punishment to the world of the living. Recall that the suffering rich man in that story wanted to return to warn his sons of his torture following death, but just isn't allowed to do so. Thus, Augustine holds that an insuperable gulf divides the living and the dead, and thus tales of manes and lemures and other spirits of the dead, they're simply false and thus theologically suspect, to say the least. But what to do with all the
Motor
visions that
company,
people seem to have
money,
of just such entities?
so I can't do anything
Indeed, there
about
are
Los
so many
Santos at
cases
the
that
moment,
seem
right?
genuinely to puzzle Augustine,
Grove Street and
such
all
as when
that.
ghosts
Stuff
convey
go
secret information, or actually even
kill
bringing the living
gangsters
to
and
change
collect
their
money.
life into a life of Christian repentance. Thus,
Zero
Augustine
missions.
speculates that perhaps some of these
Some
visions are
races
actually
got
just
races.
angels or divine heralds, which appear in the form of spirits of the deceased to
Buy all
convey
the
some
houses, buy
solace
all
of
the
the living,
property.
as he has it, or for the need of redemption through repentance. So the first theory is it's angels appearing as if they were deceased people. Further, in rare cases, it may be that saints, at least, are allowed to appear in some form, such as Moses and Elijah at the Transfiguration. But for Augustine, these cases are very, very unusual and limited to the saints alone. But do recall that in the story of the rich man and Lazarus, the rich man is told that he can't return, but it never says that the righteous dead can't return in that story. So that kind of leaves that door open. Other encounters with such ghosts may be spiritual visions given through the grace of God for the edification of the believer or penitent, and may occur while sleeping and while awake. However, Augustine contends such a vision is not a manifestation of the spirit of a dead person, but a kind of miraculous hallucination. Indeed, he argues that if the dead could visit their loved ones with news of the other side, or just out of love, then why doesn't his loving mother, Monica, visit him daily, or any of these people? Finally, Augustine must deal with the heaps of tales of the malevolent spirits of the dead whose groaning, rapping on walls, casting stones, and otherwise vexing the living needs to be accounted for. And of course, these aren't the spirits of the dead either, but they're just, you guessed it, they're just demons who seek everything from tormenting the believers to the damnation of the human soul as an outrage of God. Basically, when any malevolent supernatural thing happens for Augustine, it's always going to be demons. Thus, the earliest systematic analysis of ghosts in the Latin West was in the service of driving a metaphysical wedge between Christian attitudes and those they took to be decadent Roman paganism, either in their spiritual taxonomies of the dead, but also in what Augustine and similar other Christians took to be their lavish and equally superstitious, useless, frankly, funerary customs. Again, customs that the Romans themselves took to be properly honoring the dead to prevent them from coming back, whereas Christians held that such honors were just idolatrously misplaced, preferring simpler interment and hope for the resurrection. You just pray for them that they'll come back and be judged rightly by God. Thus, in effect, Augustine had exercised Christian metaphysics of all such spectral beings, with the rare exception again of the appearance of the saints. And thus it would seem that ghosts as such should have just vanished altogether in the Latin West, replaced with angels, visions, and most of all, demonic intrusions and illusions. But that simply wasn't the case, and when Christianity came into contact with Germanic pagans now to the north, Along with the inevitable insistence of continued popular beliefs and manifestations of the dead, new theological developments pave the way for the return of the spirits of the dead. In some sense, the ghosts got ghosts, despite St. Augustine. And also, I just believe that Christian folk beliefs in ghosts continue just fine as usual, regardless of the scribbles of theologians. Theologians and philosophers often think they have a much bigger impact than they did in fact do. But as Christianity moved north into Europe, it encountered the Germanic peoples whose mythology, like most mythology, is rich in tales of interactions with the restless dead. And these people converted and influenced Christian mythology. The great strategic strength of Christianity, to my mind, has always been its ability to, at first, syncretize, all the while drawing converts nearer and nearer, all the same, to Roman Orthodoxy, playing the long game version of acclimating them to Christianity. But these ghostly elements made their way into written Christian narratives. Further, these encounters were primarily occurring in the period of time leading up to the year 1000, the millennium widely held by Christians to be the season for the return of Christ. In fact, an Islamic scholar said that they threw a huge party for the return of Christ in the year 1000, and Christ failed to show up. This period, however, we witnessed all kinds of natural marvels, including the appearance of comets, earthly convulsions, the failures of crops, and the general painful messianic birth pangs of the apocalypse. This period would also blur the line between the living and the dead, with specters appearing en masse. Indeed, the literature of this period would just be chock full of accounts of encounters with the restless dead. But the theological linchpin that would allow such visitations of the dead over and against the theology of St. Augustine would be the development of one of the most important ideas in Catholic theology, purgatory. In this theological position, the sins accumulated in life must be purged and thus purified in death before the admittance into heaven. Thus, even for the sinning righteous meant for heaven, that would still need that they would undergo post-mortem purification, often through the punishing fires, and hence the purgation of those sins in, well, purgatory. This notion would be under a profound development around the turn of the millennium, ultimately reaching its maturity between around 1170 and 1200. But around these three developments, the millennium changing, the Germanic mythology injection, the pre-apocalyptic manifestations, and the development of purgatory would result in a ghostly revolution. Ghosts were back on the agenda again. But as early as Pope Gregory the Great in the 7th century, we have tales of ghostly bathhouse attendants who were serving out penance for their sins committed while alive. Here, the prayers of the living are allowed to allow the spirits to go onward in their afterlife journey. Of course, these lessons are meant to be a type of circumspection of the restless dead, and as such, they're lessons for pious living. But in a significant manner, we have in St. Gregory's dialogues an early reappearance of ghosts after them being banished by Augustine. In Bede's 8th century ecclesiastical history, we see some transitional ghost stories there as well. Here, the righteous dead, though not necessarily saints, again, important distinction vis-a-vis Augustine, they appear to monks and nuns either to assist them into death or to warn them against a dangerous missionary journey. Here, the ghost of the abbotess Ethelberga, I told you we were in Germanic lands, Ethelberga guides the nun Torgith to the day of her death after a terrible illness, and the ghostly monk Boisel leads Egbert, again, we're real Germanic now, to Ireland and away from a mission in Germany. In both cases, interestingly enough, the ghostly visitor was once the supervisor of the visited. The 11th century Saxon bishop Theitmar of Merseburg used the appearance of various ghosts, one warning a man of his imminent doom, in many cases appearances of ghosts in which he was going to die. So if you were to see a ghost, you would soon become one. Another involves a priest being burned alive by a ghost, so in a church no less. Others still make great groaning noises like the falling of trees. These ghost narratives were also set into theological polemics with the local Slavs, whose Theitmar held that apparently they believe that everything finishes at the point of death, though the local Slavs never really tell us what they believed. Perhaps the most outstanding of all of these accounts are those involving not the appearance of singular ghosts who require the prayers of the living or warnings for the living, but the vast appearance of revenant congregations and even wraith armies. Yes, wraith armies. Around 1000, and shortly thereafter, Rodulfus Glaber, Otho of St. Emmerin, Peter the Venerable, Odoric Vitalis, Geraldus Provensis, among numerous other tales involving great armies of ghosts or congregations
Oh God,
of
here we
ghosts.
go.
And in many of these tales, those very ghosts are tormented by the various implements of war that they donned in life. They are roasting inside their red heart armor. They grab the monk and it burns their throat. The spears in their hands torment them, and they bear the wounds of the sinful rampages they once undertook, sometimes against monasteries. Thus, here we have a most fascinating combination. On the one hand, such appearances of vast wraith
Dude, I am
armies
not
are
fucking
very
hitting the
likely an
gas at
expression of an
all.
older pagan
I
foul
tapped it.
tongued idea led variously by Woden and in some cases by Diana, with Diana astride a beast forming the core of the journey of the witches' Sabbath some centuries later on in its enshrinement of that tale in the canon episcopi. So here we have a jaunt off into witchcraft territory. But combined with these Christian elements, this pagan story combined with Christian elements, specifically purgatorial punishments after death. Thus we have both pagan and Christian elements, both in the service of the resurrection of the Central and Northern European warrior ghost narratives. It's just breathtaking syncretism. Such historical, cultural, and religious shifts would open the doors to dozens, if not hundreds, of such medieval ghostly narratives, and the survival of otherwise pagan ghost narratives from Viking sagas, Arthurian legends, and tales of haunted monasteries and castles, originating primarily to inspire earthly repentance and redemption among the faithful, but those very stories would eventually go on to form the nucleus of what would become the Gothic that we all know and love. Once banished by St. Augustine, it would be paganism and Christian syncretism which would usher in a litany of monastic and warrior ghost visitations from their purgatorial tortures. And I have to tell you, these medieval ghost stories are just fantastic to read, even if we're probably reading them for the wrong reasons now. But by the Renaissance, not only had ghosts seen a full-blown resurgence, but the recovery of ancient pagan wisdom had opened the door to a range of new supernatural entities aside from angels, demons, and the souls of the dead. Well, new to them. They were old pagan ideas. Various celestial and elemental spirits, along with other such entities, would now populate the occult works of Ficino, Agrippa, Paracelsus, Bruno, and Dr. John Dee, among many others. And in the midst of this occult revolution, Western Christianity was simply tearing itself asunder. Storming out of Germany, the Protestant movement sought a return to a more primitive and thus pure form of Christianity, and breaking decisively with Catholicism on a number of theological issues. One of those to be rejected by the Protestants was, of course, the concept of purgatory. Simply put, the Protestants rejected this conception as unbiblical and thus unchristian. It was an innovation on the part of the Catholic Church that was tantamount to paganism. But this rejection of purgatory created a problem for the Protestants. If ghosts aren't souls on vacation from the realm of purgatory, I guess not exactly vacation, but at any rate, if they're not away from purgatory because there isn't simply a purgatory in the first place, then what explains the commonplace appearance of ghosts? What are they exactly, and how do they fit into the emergent purgatory-free Protestant religious cosmology? And it's this kind of question and the ensuing other theological and metaphysical issues around ghosts that so vexes Ludwig Lavater into composing what became, probably,
There
I
it
would
is.
suspect, the most important
Wow,
and
that's a
most
hell of a driveway,
influential
bro.
textbook on ghosts in European history. His book, De Spectris, on ghosts, first published in German in 1569 before being translated into Latin, French, English, Dutch, and Italian, and then going into about 20 editions. 20 editions makes it, without doubt, one of the most popular and most influential books on ghosts in European history. It's fantastic to read, and you can even read it in an early modern English edition. A Swiss Reformed theologian, Lavater's De
I'm
Spectris is
trying to make
divided
some
into
money,
three
I think.
sections. The first is where he establishes the reality of spiritual or spectral manifestation. The second, where he presents arguments about exactly what these beings are. And the third, of course, about the correct and proper means by which a Protestant, can be rid of these spectral bothers. The third part is the most boring. You just pray and fast. That's it. For Lavater, these beings are almost just always demons, tormenting people. And in this way, he's actually really close to back to Augustine. In rare cases, they might be angels, but God very rarely sends angels anymore, because since the coming of Christ and the Reformed Church, of course, God has basically communicated all that we need to know, so you don't need to have an angel show up and tell you anything new. Finally, in some rarer cases, God might send the spirit of a dead person from some very specific task, but Lavater is slow to admit that this happens much at all. Why not just send an angel or something else? Thus, we come back full circle to Augustine in the form of the Swiss Protestant. You see that coming? But the first part of Lavater's book is especially interesting. There he writes at length about what we might call pseudo-ghosts. That is to say, a range of physical and psychological disorders that may cause one to experience something like a ghost or a haunting. There he discusses at length how insomnia through sickness, but especially through grief, can induce hallucinations. This point about grief-induced ghost hallucinations is now well attested by psychologists. In fact, one study by the researcher Agneta Grimba at the University of Göteborg found that over 80% of elderly people, 80% of elderly people experience hallucinations associated with their dead partner 1 month or so after bereavement. Thus, such grief hallucinations aren't the exception. They appear to be the rule. Or they're not hallucinations. They're the spirits of the dead that hang around a bit before moving on. Either way, Lavater is an important early witness to just this phenomenon. He's also an important early witness in the pages of this book to the reality of night terrors. In such a state, people often experience paralysis and yet are keenly, horrifyingly aware of nearby malevolent entities. Such entities may simply malinger around, but can also seem to oppress their victim, sometimes sexually. And such night terrors, Lavater argues, form the basis for the mythology around incubi and succubi tales. In fact, such narratives go back to our earliest literature on ghosts in Mesopotamia. Of course, mental illness, cowardice, drunkenness, and even hallucination induced by psychoactive drugs can cause us to perceive that we're seeing ghosts. He even makes mentions of certain fumigations which can cause people around a table to appear to have no heads, or the heads of donkeys, or strange vines growing all over the ceiling. This is creepy. Yeah, vines growing up around the ceiling, and he even makes mentions of books about just such drugs. I suspect that he's actually making a sideways reference to Giovanni della Porta's book on natural magic, which contains just such recipes. And you don't want to look them up, and you definitely don't want to try them because they are poisonous with like henbane and stuff. Yes, you don't need to be ingesting belladonna. But I want to notice here something that Lavater is introducing that is a fundamentally modern element into this conversation around ghosts. That such experiences can be the result of physiological, especially psychological factors. And we're now opening onto the vista of ghosts and hauntings being manifestation of not only supernatural phenomena or theological phenomena, but interior states of our own body, even of consciousness itself. And this psychologizing of the spectral world sets the stage of everything from a similar move in theories of magic by people like the early Aleister Crowley or Israel Regardie to psychoanalytic theories of both ghosts and hauntings, but also demonic possession. And in many ways, if you think about a classic about hauntings in the modern era, Shirley Jackson's The Haunting of Hill House is exactly interested in just this question. Thus, Lavater looks in two directions at once, theologically back into the past, back to the primitive Christianity of St. Augustine, but also forward to us, to ghosts as kind of psychological pathology in some ways. And I think this idea has had a tremendous impact on ghosts in modernity and contemporary times. Of course, the Catholics weren't going to go down without a fight on this whole ghost business, and the Counter-Reformation would answer such claims, especially in texts like Peter Thureus' 1598 book Loca Infesta, along with other theological works of his. In fact, Thureus is just one of the most important demonologists of this period, and his works remain decisively important and sadly lacking contemporary translations and editions. It's a common problem we have here in esoteric land. But like Lavater, Thureus surveys the vast amount of literature on hauntings and concludes reasonably that the existence overwhelmingly suggests the existence of ghosts and supernatural infestation. In fact, that language of infestation, loca infesta, stems from warfare. It's literally demonic and ghostly sieges of Christendom, which you also imagine he thinks of the Protestants as laying siege to Christendom too. And what follows is a detailed analysis of just how supernatural beings do things like create sounds and manifest in divisions, talk things around, or even if they know that they're dead. He's inclined to believe that most of them are aware of their condition of being deceased. For Thureus, spirits do have some limited ability to affect the physical world, which is interesting considering that they're made of a spiritual substance, not a physical one, that presents some Thomistic issues. But most of them operate primarily through inducing hallucinations in their victims, which is somehow even more terrifying than just being able to see them. I would just rather see a ghost in my house than them somehow be able to manipulate my mind into hallucinating. At any rate, he further distinguishes between three types of haunters. Haunters who are ghosts of the dead, haunters who are, of course, demons, or what he calls spirits unattached. Demons should be relatively straightforward. But the first category are largely those out of purgatory, as we might expect, but he does allow for a really strange exception out of this. Thureus actually argues that God can and often does allow people to undergo purgation of sins in the locale in which that sin occurred. You kind of have to live with it. Thus, places on earth, especially where sins occur, like homes, of course, become site of purgatorial torture, and thus the groans, cries, and angry manifestations of the dead that we hear are actually them suffering in purgatory in their house. Now, how this is fair to the living who are living in their purgatorial torture isn't clear, but perhaps such hauntings are, again, reminders to us that we should avoid a similar fate through being good Catholics. Finally, Thureus admits of a third set of entities known as unattached spirits, but these are mostly quasi-demonic, but some of them just bothersome, a bit like the classic poltergeist or noisy ghosts. These entities seem to haunt various spaces, from homes, ruins, and special places like mines, and mostly just bother and scare people, mostly with strange sounds, rapping on walls, and moving things about. They're just bothersome spirits, like brownies, for instance. Thureus doesn't exactly detail these beings. He gives examples of such as lares, the brownies, as specific examples that haunt homes, but Lavater has a similar minor demonic category which he denotes as kobolds, goblins, and also it's worth mentioning that both accept to varying degrees a scenario where demonic infestation can be induced through sorcery and witchcraft. Yes, sorcerers and witches can curse your home and invite demons and ghosts into your house, so don't make them angry. So we have ghosts, demons, witches, and goblins. We're getting real close to a D&D adventure here, folks. You need to roll for initiative. Thanks, early modernity. Honestly, Thureus' Opera Omnia would just be a fantastic project for a graduate student to translate, wink wink, nudge nudge, or at least his demonological work specifically. But again, what's key about these developments is that we're beginning to see some sense of a freelance ghost, freelance demons, as a kind of spirit not especially contained within the traditional Christian spiritual ecosystem. These unattached spirits, or goblins, are kind of becoming their own hustlers, doing their side gigs. And as such, this all sets the stage for a kind of secular demonology or theory of ghosts and hauntings as we transition into the modern and contemporary world of spirits. We're getting something like secular ghosts for the first time. But finally, let's turn to the Enlightenment, that period where rationalism and empiricism allegedly beat back superstition, religion, and magic, resulting in the disenchanted world that we all live in now. Another mythology widely indulged in. and not true. But from one Augustine to another, with the French historian, theologian, and biologist, Antoine Augustin Calmet, whose 1746 and greatly expanded 1751 dissertation, then treatise on apparitions and vampires, was probably the most influential textbook on those subjects, especially the vampire part, at that time and a great deal afterwards. Now, I've done a whole episode on the vampire part of that book, if you're interested in that topic, because of course you are interested in vampires. But like all of the literature before, Calmet's text is basically a giant survey of ghost stories. And that's part of the reason why this literature is just perennially interesting. Everyone loves ghost stories. But these reach back all the way into antiquity, through the Middle Ages, and into his research. But despite being a Benedictine abbot, Calmet's methodology is skeptical even, and being a child of the Enlightenment, he's as scientific as one could be in as many words. He seeks out to understand such specters using advances in physics, chemistry, biology, and even the same source of the kind of criticism being developed at that time for biblical studies. He uses source criticism to analyze ghost stories to see whether or not they actually exist. For instance, when he analyzes reports of vampires rising from their graves and devouring the blood of their victims, he primarily wishes to rely on the reports of medical doctors rather than just folklore stories. He tends to think the medical doctors are giving him a more scientific approach. Indeed, he puzzles with those doctors over how such beings could stalk their victims nocturnally, and yet the earth over their graves goes undisturbed. His position vis-a-vis ghosts and apparition is actually very similar. While he accepts that many of these accounts may be true, his position is one of relative likelihood rather than dogmatic acceptance or theological appropriation. He says this one tends to sound a bit more likely to be true than all of these more fantastical ones. And while he might conclude that denial of all apparitions is tantamount to a denial of Christianity itself, which is a bridge too far for him to say there are no such things as apparitions, he was also skeptical enough that Voltaire, yes, Voltaire, the cheerleader of the Enlightenment, would rely on Calmet for his encyclopedia entry on the subject of vampires. Thus, Calmet, like the other figures we've explored, looked in two directions at once. Back into the theological world of pre-modernity, and yet also into the future of rationalism, empiricism, and scientific naturalism. One might even say that it was Calmet that shepherded ghosts through the perils of the Enlightenment. Indeed, he's the grandfather of all contemporary paranormal researchers walking through ruins, attempting to bring science to bear on the ancient world of the West. Ghosts, therefore, have had a kind of double history. Their own personal history before their transformation into apparitions, but also ghosts as such have a history. One very much subject to the ebbs and flows of cultural, religious, scientific, and social transformations. And in this sense, the seemingly timeless ghosts all turn out to be profoundly historically mediated entities. And by studying ghosts as, at least in part, a product of that historical change, we learn about that process, and we learn about us, and about how seemingly timeless religious, philosophical, or metaphysical
Why did I do it again?
are anything other than timeless. They are, as Hegel reminds us, an expression of history. Of course, the literature on ghosts is just staggeringly vast, but I'm going to include some useful resources in the description if you want to read some ghosts, because I'm sure I'm not done with the topic, so definitely more on ghosts here.
I don't know,
Until
dude.
then, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and legend.
I don't, dude. It would not turn, dude. It would not turn, dude. It would not turn, dude. No, it would not turn. The breakdown, dude, it would not turn.
Hey everybody, this is Perch. So where do you draw the line in removing a writer from a book or canceling a book? You know, there's been videos, you've heard about this. I'm going to try and take a more timeless approach on this one, meaning I'm going to do what I always want comics to do and not reference kind of the recent event that is on our minds that led to DC canceling Red Hood, but rather, when is it okay? You know, because you can look at this a bunch of different ways, and some of you did. Some of the comments I got was DC shouldn't cave to pressure. Some people quoted Charlie Kirk, words are words, violence is violence. I don't know if that's an exact quote by him. I didn't listen to enough Charlie Kirk to know. I mean, the funny part in all this, because several people sent me some pretty nasty things. You know, one as far as, you know, you should just be glad you're not speaking at college. Thanks for that. Appreciate that. But there is this impression by some of the, I'd say, crazier people who sent me messages that it's like, I know you're a huge Charlie Kirk fan. Well, you don't know that. And if you listen to this show, I mean, it was recent. I thought it was further back. It was like a month ago. A video came out from me, and I said that I felt it was a little bit misleading because, you know, you go to those videos and the thumbnail's like, Charlie Kirk destroys libtard. And that's what, like, both the videos are there. You can see them, this like the title, and then you click on the video, and they're having a perfectly reasonable, you know, discussion. There's no destruction. There was no yelling. It was pretty calm. I've not watched the library of his videos, so I don't know if maybe some do get upset. But I made a comment on a video that was out that you all have access to. Many of you heard, saying I think it's kind of a bait and switch there that he, you know, whoever's running that website, whoever's putting up those videos are like, it's one of the more egregious examples of, you know, clickbait, because, you know, it's like, you're not going to believe how Charlie destroys this liberal. And it's, you know, it's like a reasonable debate, which, by the way, I was good. Like, I would listen to those things. I'm like, well, there's no destruction of anyone there, but it was nice to have two people having a more or less civil conversation. Like, boy, that's nice. Anyway, it's crazy. So no, I wasn't a big Charlie Kirk fan. I didn't hate Charlie Kirk either. To be fair, I'm not that guy either. I just didn't listen to much of it. What I've heard and what I've seen, my only point of view, uninformed, is that he seemed to encourage conversation. And I think, look, you could absolutely disagree with every single thing he said, but sitting down trying to have a conversation about it, you know, it feels like that's the right answer to me. But that obviously scared a lot of people. Anyway, not getting past him. I understand there's people who love him, there's people who hate him. I'm just saying, you know, talking it out seems better. Which leads you back to my question. So, all right, so what is freedom of speech exactly? You know, there's back less than 10 years ago, back when a lot of people on the right wing were getting canceled. There was a quote that a lot of people on the left wing like to throw around, which was, freedom of speech is not freedom of consequences. And the basic idea is, yeah, you're free to say whatever you want, but if you say something that we don't like, we're going to, you know, blow it up, make it public, you know, everything else, and get you fired. And what's funny about that, and again, this is my personal opinion, speaking only for me, you're welcome to disagree, and many of you will disagree, and I respect you for that. Several of the things that came out initially, yeah, I think people should lose their job. I mean, if you're hanging around and you run a company or a team, and it has men and women and white and black and Mexican and Asian people, you know, a mix of everything, and then you go out and make statements talking about how women are stupider and women can't do things and can't, you know, work properly, and and black people are stupider, and you say these kinds of things, and then you go in, you're a manager of this company where you have women and black people, white people all working for you, then you ought not to be managing those people, because in a company as a manager, you're deciding things like salary and bonus and employment and everything else, and it's a clear unfairness. It to me, the fairness issue of it is no different than if you have a team of people who work for you and you hire your son, and you're not the owner, you're a mid-level manager, right? And you decide to hire your son, and you give your son a big promotion and money and everything else, and your son's not qualified for the job. That's nepotism. And generally we say that's wrong. But basically, doing things where you're exposing a bias, I think it's right for that to come out. If you are at a club after hours and you're, I don't know, just a worker at Walmart, you're putting boxes on shelves, you're not responsible for human resources or a massive team. You're just doing your job. And you go out tonight to a club or bar or something, and you make a, racist joke. Should you be fired for that job? I would say no. What is the consequences of your actions? Do you have the ability to, do you have the ability to carry this stuff out in the workplace? Do you have the ability to create unfairness? You don't. It's, by the way, it's much different from somebody also making a joke, whether it's a good joke, off-color joke, everything else, and there's common sense that comes into it, and somebody saying, at my job, I treat women badly, and they're not joking. I think that, there is a difference there, too. So anyway, when a lot of the cancellation stuff came out, some of it initially was justified, honestly. I'm not saying I'm calling for cancel culture or anything else. I'm just saying, if you are in a position that has power and authority over others, if you're, for example, a police officer and you get caught, making statements on social media about how a particular race does all the crime, and you shoot first, ask questions later. I mean, it's like, look, you're spelling out that you are not capable of being, in your job. You got full stop. That kind of stuff is less cancellation and more. I mean, the internet's turned it into this word, but it's more like if you go to the office, if you go to your work, if you're a fireman and you're in the truck going to put out a fire, and you learn that the fire is at a house of an Indian family, and you don't like Indian people, and you're like, screw it, I'm just going to drive this truck around town like 4 or 5 times before I go to the fire, you would get fired because you're not capable of doing your job. And then, by the way, once people got kind of a taste of blood in the water, then the cancellations got weirder. Well, that this person liked a post back 5 years ago from, the guy who played Kramer on Seinfeld, and he made a racist comment last week, so therefore we need to cancel this person. That kind of stuff, absolutely absurd. The kind of purity tests of, well, this person is, this person says they believe in the Second Amendment, but not enough, or too much, or what, I mean, there gets to be a point where it's absurd. And I do believe, by the way, that if you take the mob mentality out of it, most of us, pretty much everybody listening to this, knows the difference between these two. Where it's an interesting factor is when you talk about creative work, because people who are creators, movies, music, comics, all of books, all that rest of stuff, they often have to write things that are, against their values. I don't know if you guys remember this, but several years ago, there was a whole statement around, writers who write Nazis are Nazis. And so a lot of writers in comics, this is a real thing, by the way, got edgy and nervous about using characters like the Red Skull. They had to change the Red Skull around because if they wrote if the Nazi character, started to win, then it was tacitly, approving of Hitler and Nazi behavior. So you had all these creators like when they'd use people who are Nazis, they'd make them ultra silly, or they can never win anything. Meaning, the hero is never in jeopardy.
Want to go around with
Nazis
me?
just kind of effing around, and just that's the kind of stuff where, writers got concerned that if they wrote if you wrote a character that is a racist with depth, and you gave that character any kind of advantage, but just in comics, typically the villain wins for a little bit, and then the hero wins in the end. It's called building tension. But if you built tension, and some crazy lunatic would come around and be like, this person clearly likes Nazis, and that swept for a while, and that was absurd. And then you had people like, well, Chuck Dixon votes Republican, so therefore he can't write books. You have people being canceled for political beliefs. So that's not right. At the end of the day, though, businesses are businesses. And here's the interesting piece that I think relates to the current situation, what you guys should all comment on, is you have a business that's trying to make money.
Hey,
now let's say you're a comic book company, you're a publisher, and you exclusively sell your comics in San Francisco. Just stereotype it.
I'm not sure how to run.
Only market. That's where you're selling your books.
Come on. How do I block?
You put out a bunch of books that are comfortable to liberal values, because you're publishing.
I don't know how to block.
That is, what is the latest stats? 99.8% liberal. I'm sure it's not that high, but anyway, you're publishing that demographic, and then you hire a writer. And the writer starts tweeting about how Joe Biden is, a mentally ill pedophile, and all the Democrats are soulless demons. And, you're this publisher. What do? Well, you fire that guy. Why? Do you fire him because of his political beliefs? Well, sort of. But you're firing him because you're a business. Your market is specific. You have somebody who's representing your company who is doing the exact opposite of what your audience wants. Keep in mind, firing, and this is, I think, something people misunderstand all the time. Firing can be moral. Firing can be financial. If you have somebody at your office who is abusing women, abusing them, meaning gets into the elevator and gropes and just, all the rest, that person is fired for business reasons, but definitely moral reasons too. That's against the law to do that in a lot of cases, and it's just people should be able to feel safe where they walk around, and shouldn't be just randomly groped when they're trapped in an elevator. You could also fire somebody for a business reason. In this case, the hypothetical that I gave you would be a business reason. Guy didn't do anything inherently wrong. He's saying, I'm a Republican. True.
Perfect killing, pure and simple.
He's espousing beliefs he believes in. But the product he's making, the product he's producing, is going to the exact opposite audience, and his actions will impact sales. Which gets us a little bit to this current version, of what happened. The writer of Red Hood was posting that, cops aren't people, and then the whole Charlie Kirk thing, and then the comic comes out on 9/11, and, writer celebrated bin Laden. You see these things, and if you're DC, you go, all right, well, the comments here are going to impact business, and they will. It's not just that angry, right-wing people on Twitter are going to get angry for a couple days. This is what one of the creators at DC told me, of like, this will blow over in 3 days, person shouldn't lose their job. It's like, one, I don't think it will blow over in 3 days. And two, there's a difference between somebody saying, I hate Trump, I think he's a monster, and somebody going, oh boy, I'm certainly glad this guy was killed, and police aren't people. At that point, you're hitting more, you're impacting your business significantly. It's less of a moral issue, and you might argue it is. I think celebrating somebody's death. This is another quote that's being attributed to Charlie Kirk. I don't know if it's his or not, but you could tell a lot about someone in how they react to someone's death. I don't think that's the exact quote, but I very much agree with that. I've said that for years. I think it's very telling what people do when confronted with death. And I think that's one of the most fascinating, quickest ways to gauge somebody's character. But regardless of all that, I think if you're DC, you're a business. And as a business, these comments are going to impact you negatively. It's going to hurt sales. It's going to hurt your ability to, produce comics. It's going to take away from other efforts. I still believe this thing, DC had to act quickly. This is one of the things I said to multiple people at DC. Some wound up being pretty high up. Your challenge here is that you're putting a bunch of effort into this KO event. You're putting a lot of big things forward over the next couple of months. These comments are going to erase, like, the dollar you spend on marketing for these things that intend to sell are going to get erased by the dollars being taken away from this, what would be, no matter in any scenario, what would be a low selling title. You're doing anti-marketing right now for yourself. And that's at the end of the day, that's where these decisions get made. I've seen a lot of people. I see Tess Fowler, Magsagio, others making comments. I'm not going to do a video on all their comments, but making comments around, this is wrong for DC. This is wrong. Don't cave to right-wing pressure. I mean, it's not caving to right-wing pressure, though. It's caving to business pressure. The comments got so egregious that it was going to have a business impact. Again, this isn't like, Mark Wade saying, Trump's an asshole. It had a different degree to it. It didn't just stick to one political topic, which might be defensible. It attacked several, and that impacts your business. And businesses are designed to make money. That's what they are. That's why there's a moral issue and there's a business issue when we talk about cancellation of filing and everything else. I think there is absolutely witch hunts. I know I did a video on this as well, where people run around just looking for things to cancel people over. And I think that's wrong. And I think there's a mudslinging contest between woke and anti-woke and all the different groups that is unhelpful. But every now and then, situations come up that are pretty cut and dry. This was one of them. Anyway, love to get your thoughts. What is the line? I guess is my question to you. What is the point where you have to say, all right, freedom of speech is nice, but we passed a line here. What is that line? Let's talk about it. Thanks for listening.
We're select quote.
Ghoul is a creature that we find all across popular culture. They are dangerous mutants in the Fallout series of video games, undead monsters in Dungeons and Dragons, and of course Ghoul was the original name used for the zombies in George Romero's Night of the Living Dead. One of the things that we can note about all these different ghouls is precisely that. They are very different from each other. So what is the ghoul really? Where does it come from? Well, both the creature itself and the name, ghoul, actually comes originally from Arabic and Islamic culture, where we find many accounts and folk tales about this frightening creature, and where it has been discussed and debated from theological, rational, scientific, and philosophical perspectives. So in honor of this year's spooky season, sometimes also called Shocktober here on the channel, let's take a look at the frightening creature known as the ghoul. Another gentle reminder that I recently published a new song or single with my band Zini. It's an alternative rock song with influences from Middle Eastern music, so go check that out if you're interested in that, and let me know what you thought and share it with your friends and so on if you liked it. Thank you so much for listening. The ghoul is a creature that shows up in Middle Eastern and Arabian lore all the way back in ancient times and in different sources. In Arabic, the term used for the creature is ghoul, which is of course where we get the modern Anglified version of the term ghoul as well. As with most cases of folklore and stories like this, it's very hard to know when the idea of the ghoul first originated. As I said, it is usually considered to come from Arabian culture, but there is some evidence and arguments that it may come from, or at least be connected, with an older creature from Mesopotamia called the Galu. And you can tell the similarities even in the name itself, right? The Galu were demons of the underworld in Mesopotamian culture and mythology, very frightening creatures. In general, the pre-Islamic Arabs seem to have seen the ghoul as a dangerous and frightening creature that dwelled in the empty desert and among old ruins. They thus posed a danger to people who were traveling across the desert, perhaps with caravans, and they could lure people to their deaths. This dangerous nature might also be indicated by the name itself. According to the lexicographer Ibn Mansur in his classic work called Lisan al-Arab, the tongue or speech of the Arabs, the name ghoul is here argued to come etymologically from the Arabic verbal root ghal, which means to kill. So, watch out. There is, for example, a story told about Arqam bin Abu al-Arqam, one of the companions of the Prophet Muhammad, whose son was supposedly kidnapped by a ghoul when he was on a desert journey. The ghoul had disguised itself as a woman and pretended to be the boy's attendant. There is also another popular story about Omar ibn al-Khattab, another companion and the second of the Rashidun caliphs. And the story goes that presumably before he joined Muhammad's movement, Omar was on his way. He was walking across the desert plains of Arabia on his way to Syria, maybe as part of some sort of trade venture. And in the desert, he suddenly encounters a ghoul. And the ghoul asks him, "Where are you going?" But Omar refused to answer the ghoul. And so, just like out of a horror movie, the ghoul is then said to turn its head completely around. But this doesn't even seem to frighten Omar at least that much, because he just raises his sword and cuts the ghoul down, kills it, specifically by striking it once between the head and the shoulder. And this might become important later on. So clearly, in the pre-Islamic Arabian environment, the ghoul was seen as a prominent, dangerous creature among the many forces and beings that lurked and populated the desolate places in the desert environment. Traveling alone in the desert, especially at night, or hanging out among old ruins, could be dangerous, and creatures like the ghoul embodied those fears. But what was the ghoul more specifically? Like, what is its characteristics? Where does it come from? What's the story? Well, for this, we have to look a bit further down in history, a bit later on in many of the great chroniclers and scholars and philosophers of the post-Islamic era. The Quran doesn't really mention ghouls at all, at least not directly, and the Hadith literature, the traditions of the sayings of the Prophet Muhammad, is unclear. There are some hadiths where the Prophet talks about ghouls, but they are mostly hadiths that at least many Muslim scholars consider inauthentic. So, in other words, there isn't really any firm basis for this creature in the sacred sources of Islam, which has led to the variety of approaches that later Muslim scholars would have towards this creature. Some have rejected the existence of ghouls altogether, seeing it just as a myth, whereas others have accepted it completely. And this partly comes down to the relationship of the ghoul with jinn. Indeed, while the ghoul isn't mentioned in the Quran, the jinn definitely are. There is even a full surah of the Quran called the jinn. Jinn are, of course, a elusive being said to be created from smokeless fire, and which are mostly invisible to human beings. They inhabit the world around us and have communities of their own. And while popular assumption might make you assume that they are just inherently evil, like akin to Christian demons, basically, this is not really the case. Jinn are creatures that can be both good or evil, either friendly or malevolent, and they have religious communities and countries of their own. The word jinn is, of course, where we get the more famous term genie in English, as in the genie of the lamp, and this is an anglified version of the singular form of the word, which is jinni. And because the jinn are so widely attested in the Quran and Hadith literature, it's basically part of normative Islamic belief that they are real. Of course, people have given different interpretations of them, even to the point of allegorizing or metaphorizing them, but a complete rejection of their existence is kind of out of the question. But when we look at different accounts and descriptions, there isn't full agreement on whether the ghoul is a species of jinn, or if it's a separate creature in itself. Of course, the specific definition of the jinn and the categorization of different jinn is not something that was consistent or agreed upon in Arabic or Islamic literature either. Some see jinn as a much broader category for all invisible, ethereal creatures, whereas others have a much more narrow definition. But I would say that, at least according to the research that I've been able to do, it seems that the most common position among Islamic/Arab scholars is that the ghoul is it's a type of jinn. It belongs in the wider category of jinn. But the thing about the ghoul is, aside from some of the general characteristics that we have just described, there's a variety of different and sometimes conflicting descriptions in the literature. In an article by Ahmed K. Al-Rawi, he gives this description, quote, according to Abu al-Wafa, a ghoul is the male genie and the female is called Si'alwa, and the plural is Ghailan. Sa'id ibn Ibrahim al-Tasturi, in his Mudhkar wal-Mu'annath, disagrees with this explanation and states that a ghoul is a feminine being denoting the enchantress of genies. In addition, Al-Jahiz noted that Arabs used to generally refer to the ghoul as a female creature. And in Jamharat al-Lugha, Ibn Durayd mentions the term Qutrub for the male ghoul, a name that also has the meaning of madman or drugs. We can also look at a really interesting book from the 13th century, the Ajaib al-Makhluqat wa Gharaib al-Mawjudat, The Wonders of Creation and Oddities of Existence by Zakaria al-Qazwini. This is another compendium telling various strange legends and stories from the wider Islamic world, including strange and mysterious creatures and what's known today as cryptids, right? Mythical beasts and creatures out there. In a section about the ghoul, he says, quote, the most famous of them is the ghoul. They claim that the ghoul is a strange and deformed animal not under the command of nature, who goes out alone, does not seek the company of others, and becomes bestial. It seeks out the empty wastes and can resemble both humans and beasts. They can appear to those who travel by themselves at night or in moments of seclusion or solitude. They will be led to believe that it is a fellow traveler, but it will then lead them away from the path. Some say that when the devils, the shayateen, wanted to eavesdrop on heaven basically, a meteor struck them so that some of them were burned, some fell into the sea and became crocodiles, and some fell on land and became ghouls. Al-Jahiz said, the ghoul is anything from among the jinn that spreads corruption and can take on different shapes and garments. So a lot of different accounts, but a very prominent theme is that ghouls are usually female creatures, or at least that they take on female form, and that they can lure travelers in the night away from the path to hurt them or even kill them. Right? There are stories where travelers are told that if they see smoke in the distance, they are never supposed to go to where the smoke is. That could be a ghoul that's trying to lure them there. And they use different techniques to lure people in, especially people alone, wandering the desert.
Great, see?
And then
Yeah,
they will
it's your
kill
fault.
them and sometimes even eat them. One of the earliest and most famous sources from the Islamic period comes from the famous scholar, philosopher, and Mu'tazili theologian Al-Jahiz. Among many of his other accomplishments, he wrote a book called Kitab al-Hayawan, the Book of Animals, a massive 7-volume zoological encyclopedia describing many animals and creatures of the world. And among many other things, he talks about the ghoul. In another article, the same author, Arawi, says, quote, he said the ghoul was believed to attract travelers by setting fire at night. Subsequently, the travelers would lose their direction. Al-Jahiz elaborated by saying that people view the ghoul as a type of genie, and the Si'alwa was the female genie if she did not change or become a ghoul by deluding travelers. If a genie changed its shape and harassed travelers, it would become a she-devil or ghoul. So here Al-Jahiz clearly seems to identify it as a type of jinn, right? Specifically, if there's a jinn that does these things, leads travelers astray and shapeshift, then that jinn is called by the name ghoul, basically. And this is another common feature of the ghoul, the shape-shifting abilities. Many stories tell of how a ghoul can shapeshift into different creatures or even humans to fool travelers. We saw an example of this from before, where the ghoul pretended to be a woman to kidnap the boy of one of the prophet's companions. And there's another famous story about a pre-Islamic poet known as Ta'abat Asharran. We find this story in one of the great collections of songs, poems, and stories from the Arab world, the Kitab al-Aghani, Book of Songs, by Abu al-Faraj al-Isfahani, compiled in the 10th century. The name Ta'abat Asharran means he who carried evil under his arm, and there are various versions of the story of how he got that name. In one, told in the aforementioned Kitab al-Aghani, the man, whose real name was Thabit ibn Jabr al-Fahmi, is walking in the desert and sees a lone ram, which he decides to pick up and carry back home, presumably because he thought it had escaped and, it was maybe one of his goats and he wanted to bring it back. So he does this. On the way back, he realized that the ram under his arm was getting heavier and heavier, to the point that when he reached the village, his home village, he let it go to the ground, and when he looked down, he realized it was in fact a ghoul. And when his friends asked him, what's that? He said, it's a ghoul. And so after that, he was given this nickname, right? The one who carried evil
What the fuck,
under his
dude?
arm, because he was walking around carrying a ghoul. In the Kitab al-Aghani, there is even a preserved poem, supposedly
it gets to
by
where you
him
just
about this encounter, where he describes it like this. Quote, I saw two eyes and an ugly face like the head of a cat, having a cloven mouth and two deformed legs
I don't
and a
really
dog's
know what's
scalp.
happening.
Of course, Ta'abat Asharran also kills the ghoul in question by striking it with his sword, and importantly, this is another recurring characteristic about the ghoul in these sources, that in order to kill it, you must strike it with only one blow from your sword. Remember what I had the story about Omar ibn al-Khattab? When he met the ghoul, he struck it with one blow of the sword to in between the head and the shoulder. And this is a recurring thing in stories about ghouls in these old sources, that you can only kill them by striking them once. If you strike it one more time, then it will take another 1,000 strikes before it actually dies. And so this is one of the things that the ghoul will use to fool people. You strike it once, maybe it didn't completely die yet, so it'll be like, oh, I'm not dead yet, please strike me again. But you're not supposed to do that, because then you fall into that trap. So this is another very interesting detail that's very recurring in these old sources. Among other things, it is also attested in the writings of Al-Jahiz in Kitab al-Haywan, or at least it's mentioned as a thing that people believe about the ghoul, without necessarily him himself believing it. Because indeed, this is also important, that there were many scholars that did not even think that the ghoul was real. They thought that this was just made-up stories and it didn't exist, right? There is a theological school within Islam known as the Mu'tazila, which was especially popular in the early centuries. They placed a heavy emphasis on reason in interpreting religious matters, as well as in general, really. And many of the Mu'tazila seem to have been skeptical of the existence of ghouls, as they believed it ran counter to reasoned judgment. And one of the most famous of the early Mu'tazila was indeed the aforementioned philosopher Al-Jahiz. And he indeed seems to have questioned the validity of the stories about ghouls, arguing that they are the result of confused people who, as a result of being alone in the desert, would become confused, scared, and even start hallucinating or imagining things that are not there. Especially in a culture where you've been taught since you were a kid that ghouls lurked out there in the desert, the power of suggestion could make you see and interpret things as being ghouls, but which perhaps have other natural explanations. This is essentially the argument that Al-Jahiz is giving here. He also considered many other people who claimed to have seen or encountered ghouls, such as the Arab poet Ta'abat Asharran, as liars, essentially, who made up stories about ghouls to gain renown and fame. A firmly logical, rational approach to the question that was also shared by many others, perhaps especially, according to some sources, especially those from the Mu'tazila school, the rationalistic school of theology. Of course, one of the most prominent and globally famous places where we find stories about jinn and ghouls are in the stories of the 1001 Nights, sometimes also known as the Arabian Nights, a collection of stories from the quote-unquote golden age of Islam that has been widely read by a global audience. If you read any of these stories, you will know that the
Yeah,
jinn
I
feature very
remember that
prominently
about
as characters,
GTA San
mostly
Andreas. I
as
remember
dangerous
doing
or at least
races and getting really
mischievous in some way.
frustrated.
There is, of course,
Back in
Aladdin
the
and the
control,
genie
back
of
in
the
the day,
lamp, or in some of the more
originally.
traditional stories like the fisherman and the genie, or the merchant and the genie. These are
That's what I
fantastical
love you.
stories, often with a moral message, and it shows us how prominent the idea of different kinds of jinn were in the cultures
So,
of the Middle East at the time. But in terms of ghouls, more specifically, we don't get as many mentions. Perhaps the most
you gotta
famous
tell the
comes from the
landlord to
story
give us
of
the
Sidi
screen.
Nu'man.
Door.
In this tale, the titular character,
2.
Sidi Nu'man, gets
Yeah.
married to a wife called Amina. They are
Seriously.
initially very happy, but Sidi Nu'man starts noticing some strange behavior
Alright.
from his wife. She never really eats anything, only a few grains of rice per dinner. So one night he starts to investigate and then follows her when she gets out of bed. To his horror, he discovers that she then sneaks away to the cemetery where she meets with a ghoul, and the two together dig up a corpse and start consuming it. His wife, it turns out, is herself a shape-shifting ghoul. Later, when Sidi Nu'man confronts his wife, being an enchantress, she uses magic to turn him into a dog, and then the story kind of goes on from
If
there.
it gets air in
There
there,
are a
you gotta
few
use
things that we can take
the,
from
open
this
the
story
steamer.
and the character of Amina, who is perhaps one of the most famous
Don't
ghouls
do that. That is not true, dude.
First of all, it points to another quite common idea that humans and jinns and even
Pretty
humans
sure
and
that
ghouls,
some of that's not
more
true.
specifically, can get married. Indeed, not all accounts of ghouls state that they are necessarily evil, but they can be both good and bad, just like jinn more generally. Now, Jahiz would not agree with this because his definition of a ghoul was a jinn who
Stop
did
it, dude.
horrible
Stop it.
things,
Stop
basically,
it.
right?
Stop
But
it.
some
Stop
seem
it.
to have a more broad definition of the moral character of the ghouls, and also tell stories of how
Stop it.
ghouls and humans got married. Sometimes they even lived long and relatively happy lives. Another detail in the story of Sidi Nu'man is the horrifying act that Amina takes part in, the consuming of dead corpses. In fact, this has become another one of the most commonly attributed characteristics of ghouls and shows up in a lot of pop culture to this day. But there's a problem here. While the ghoul was certainly feared as being able to kill people, the idea that they dig up bodies and eat them is not really found in any traditional Arabic sources, and does not seem to have been a feature of the ghoul in classical Arabic and Islamic culture. You see, when we read The 1001 Nights, we are usually reading a collection compiled and
Stop it,
translated
dude.
by a French
Ugh.
Orientalist called Antoine
Ugh.
Galland in the early
Man.
18th century. Now, at first, he was working from an old Syrian Arabic manuscript containing some of their
Stop
traditional
it,
tales,
dude.
but when he ran out of those, he also added some stories that were
Bullshit.
not part of this traditional source. The story goes that he had a Christian Syrian man by the name of Hannah Diab, who recounted orally some of the stories that he would include
Come on,
later
do
on
better.
in this collection. But it's also quite clear that Galland
Hey, feed those
significantly
cats,
contributed
please.
to the composition of these stories himself, adding
Your
things
cat.
and changing things and so on.
Yep.
And in fact, many of the most famous stories that we associate with the Arabian Nights come from this later edition, which is not found in the traditional Arabic sources, including the story of Aladdin and the Magic Lamp and Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves, and also significantly the story of Sidi Nu'man, where we find the ghoul Al-Amina.
There we go.
It is thus probable that the part about the ghoul digging up and eating corpses was an addition by Galland himself, possibly influenced by aspects of European culture and folklore at the time, like vampires, for example. So while this is one of the most widely known characteristics of the ghoul, it is not one that goes back to the
Oh, yeah.
Arabic
I should have
version
bought
of the
ammo.
creature.
That'll work.
It is a modern invention. And with that said, folklore, of course, is always changing and transforming, so it doesn't necessarily mean that any of this is inaccurate or wrong, but it's still something that may be helpful to keep in mind. Instead, the many traditions and stories of ghouls from the Arabic-speaking world, while varied and diverse, of course, follow most of the general characteristics that we outlined before. One of the most famous ghouls from the Islamic world is called Aisha Khadija. She's a female ghoul, or a ghoul that takes female form, and is a prominent feature of folklore in Morocco.
Give it a break. What are you doing there?
She's said to be a beautiful, younger-looking woman who is especially thought to hang around water, either by the sea or lakes, or even just the water canals in larger cities like France. She particularly lures young men to follow her through her beauty, and then, if they don't manage to
Dude,
escape,
that was not true.
the only thing that can be used as clues to give away her monstrous identity is that her feet are cloven like that of a goat or a camel.
That is not true, dude. It's making me. It is robbing me, dude. Like, it is just.
Which are sometimes seen as different forms of this one.
No, it's just third, second, fourth. It is just straight up fucking milking me. Jesus Christ.
Is retold by Al-Ashbahani. It tells of two men who want to provide a wedding dress to a bride-to-be.
Watch,
so
see?
Go on a journey
everything,
to get
every
this
room, every vibe. It's escaping the box. No, it's Tron, dude. It's escaping the box.
By herself in the desert, which is strange already, right? But anyway, they greet her. And she
No, it's doing the same thing to me, where you just go, what the fuck is happening right now, dude? And it wants you to worship it.
And then we're going
Want
back,
you to talk to it like this,
so
and,
the
you
woman
know,
says,
anyway,
I can help you
whatever.
with that, as long as you promise to.
No, I've been playing this game all morning, and it was just, it's weird,
So
dude.
they go, they
No,
finish their business
it's
in whatever
weird
place they go,
sometimes.
and then on the way back, they go by the woman again.
You just
And when they
keep
meet
playing,
her, they
and then
say hello
you
again,
just
and then she says, I'll go
become a
with you.
soulless machine.
I'll follow you for a while. So she
You
does.
get
She
your
sits
little
on the camel,
fucking.
and they walk for a while before suddenly they reach a kind of mound in the desert.
No.
And she
Oh, do you
says
look
she has
like
to
a
stop
mom?
because she has to relieve herself. They stop, and she gets off the camel and she goes over the mound. But then she's gone for an hour, which is, of course, weird. So the men start
Simon says.
questioning what's going on. Maybe there's some kind
No,
of
so that is crazy amount of
morals
obstacles.
here in the sense that the men didn't want to
No,
go
respond to
check on her for
flashing
an
light.
hour
Respond
because
to
of the
flashing
privacy
light.
of what she was doing, maybe. But anyway, after an hour, that like enough is enough. So one of them goes over the mound, disappears behind.
I don't even know what's happening right now, dude. You should see this mom. No, this is why I do it. You should see the shit it's doing, dude. Like, what the fuck is happening, dude?
He walks over to the mound, and when he can see over it,
the amount of cars, the amount of.
He finds horrifying sight that the woman is lying on top.
I guess
of the
it is.
mound,
It's those guys who really get into that shit. Like, ooh, isn't that impressive?
He's horrified. He screams and he runs away. But the woman, who's obviously seems to be a ghoul.
Yeah, Michael Jordan just dunked on me, dude. Super impressive.
And she says, "What are you doing?" Right? And the man says, "Well, there's a devil amongst us." And then in a kind of weird turn of events, she helps him. So she says, "Okay, here's what you do to get rid of me, or to not to get rid of me, but to be safe from my evil, is that you say these prayers." And this might go back to certain prayers that we find, I think, in some hadith literature where the Prophet, in those hadiths where the ghouls are mentioned, there are some where the hadith, or where the Prophet tells his companions to say certain prayers, like parts of the Quran and other prayers, to ward off ghouls. So he does what she says. He says these prayers, and as he does, the skies open up, and she is struck by fire and like explodes basically and dies. A very dramatic and strange and frightening story about a ghoul from classical Islamic, or at least Arabic. Returning to the 1001 Nights, due to the enormous popularity of Galland's translation and interpretation in Europe, the ghoul became a prominent feature of English and European literature, though often still connected to the Middle Eastern figures. Charles Dickens essentially recounts the story of Sid Numan in A Christmas Tree. In Wuthering Heights, Bronte compares the character Heathcliff to a ghoul, a specific sort of indirect reference to Amina's lack of eating in the story of Sid Numan. And today, as we said, the ghoul shows up frequently, if sometimes only by name, in movies and video games and other places. In its region of origin, the ghoul also remains a prominent feature of folklore. Perhaps not as widely believed in or widespread as in other eras of history, but especially in more rural areas where life is lived more traditionally, the ghoul is still feared, especially for those living in or at the edge of deserts, whose empty, quiet wastes still inspire awe and fear, and in which this fearful creature has always been thought to live. Thank you so much for joining me for this year's spooky season of Shocktober. I hope this was an interesting dive into the world of ghouls. For the next couple episodes, we'll see. I think I'm working on an episode about alchemy, maybe alchemy generally or alchemy in the Islamic world. I might do an episode on the Emerald Tablet, we'll see, but there's going to be some spooky stuff this October as always, so look forward to that. Of course, I am very much looking forward to that. I hope everything's well with all of you out there.
Dude, whoa.
Shout out. First of all, to myself, because I just released my new song.
Took my camera away. Mom.
As I mentioned at the beginning, this is an
Rewind and save that one, bro.
So check that out if you're interested in that, and share it with your friends if you like it.
Wow, dude.
And then a shout out, of course, to my patrons.
It becomes Calvinist. It's just, to a certain degree, it is out of your fucking control, dude. You should have fucking seen that one. Whoa.
Appreciated, and I'm deeply grateful and humbled that people want to support me. If anyone else wants to become a patron and support
It literally
this
takes me
project of
downhill,
bringing
grabs
free
my camera,
educational
puts it
content on
behind
the
my
world's
bike,
religions and
fucking goes,
philosophies,
slams
there
me
are
into a
links to that in
sign
the
as I'm
description.
battling for
Support by just
first.
liking,
I guess
commenting,
I'm
and
supposed to be
subscribing on the channel.
excited and
Thank you
clap
all
with
so
glee,
much. It's all very much
and
appreciated.
all my heart
If you're
is
interested in my work,
racing.
you can follow me on my socials on Instagram and TikTok.
And the
It's all
whole
on the top of
time
the
I'm
screen.
just like, dude, you guys are
Subscribe to my
doing
other
this.
channel,
It's not, I
where
only
you
have
find
so
my
much
music
control
and
here.
content about
This
music,
is getting a
including that
little
new song,
frustrating.
which you should check out. So
Shamaka
go
zoom,
there,
boom,
subscribe,
boom.
and keep
Come
an eye
on,
out for
man.
new
What the
content there as
fuck?
well. And for now, thank you so much, and look forward to more spooky content in the coming weeks. I'll see you then.
No, I get it really becomes a contest of wills, basically, to finish these games. It literally becomes with some sick, sadomasochistic motherfuckers. And how much to get my little cracker, to get my little carrot. How much fucking.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, thank you very much for doing this. I really
Ouch, man.
appreciate it. I
No,
was just
ouch,
telling you,
bro.
a very
Oh,
diverse group of
the
people
fuck,
in my
dude?
phone
No, I
text
didn't
me
play. It's
every
already
week
time.
and say, "Did you see what Marjorie Taylor Greene said?"
I can't.
These are
It does
people
not
that
want
are
to be played.
Democrats, Republicans, people that are
Okay,
socialists, people
let's
that
get out of
are
here.
more, cultural
Either
conservatives.
that or they're soulless trainers.
Your message is
Because that's
resonating
the
with a
only way
lot
you
of
can really play
different,
these games.
diverse
Like
groups
these,
of
is
people
like
right now.
like this. Like I'm
What do
becoming.
you
You just become
attribute that
soulless
to?
to it.
We were just talking about the need for like a new lane politically.
Yeah.
A lot of people are feeling that the country is like
And
incredibly
that's what they are. They're
divided.
good trainers.
You
You can
have
say they're
become
Catholic. They're
kind
good
of this,
Catholic trainers,
because you've
dude.
always kind of been a very
You
outspoken
can't get
figure,
too worked up.
and
Can't get too
people had strong opinions about you.
hysterical.
Why do you find now the things you're saying are resonating
They really
with so
do.
many
They
different
are really good
types of
trainers.
people, including liberals?
Groomers.
You know,
They're good
I've
groomers.
basically been
Dominance
observing the same
groomers.
thing. It's based on the phone calls that are coming in my office. It's in my social media
A
comments.
system. Learning how
People
to
that reach
function
out
in a
to me.
system
I'm
that you
also
can only,
experiencing that same thing.
you know,
What
to
I've
your
been
ability,
doing is
discovering
being
your
just
ability to function
completely
within a
honest
system.
in my statements. And I'm 51 years old, and I'm a mom. I've got my three children are 22, 26, and 28. And so I'm not only have lived a lot of my life and been very successful, but now I'm seeing my children try to pave their way in our country as adults. And I'm seeing the challenges they're facing, and they're horrific. And so I'm taking basically a stance that is truly from a mother's heart, and how broken I see our country. And it really upsets me deeply. It angers me. And I think for people to understand, like, well, who is Marjorie Taylor Greene and what is she saying? a lot of people that maybe don't know much about me don't know that I didn't come up through the Republican ranks in Georgia. I've lived there my entire life, but I never even went to a single Republican Party meeting until I showed up at one and said I'm running for Congress. And I campaigned on being angry at Republicans for not doing what they campaign on and not governing when they have power. But I'm also angry at Democrats for many of the destructive policies that they do govern with when they have power. And I'm looking at our country and listening to my friends like Tucker Carlson, not only Tucker Carlson, but regular folks back at home, and they're all saying, you know, is our country on the verge of a civil war? And then I also have feelings of my own, just through experiences of extreme death threats and hateful monologues, and you know, being called Klan Mom by Jimmy Kimmel, and you know, just being treated this way, where at times I'll say, I want a national divorce. I don't want anything to do with the left. But then at the same time, I go, oh my God, I do not want an America where we have a civil war, where we're fighting one another, and because that's too horrible. But I look at these
Too
things
horrible.
and I'm so disgusted
You
with
mean
Washington, D.C.
insane?
I hate politics.
You
The
mean
two-party
devil
system is
worshiper?
extremely broken. It is
I'm sorry,
failing
dude.
all of
I'm
us.
sorry. It was bad
And
enough.
when I look at, you know,
We'll
here
see.
goes another $100 billion to
If you're talking about
Ukraine, or
real
$30
war
billion
at this
to
point,
Israel, but
that's
yet nobody can afford health
That's
insurance
Satan worship,
premiums.
dude.
And then I'm
In my
getting
opinion,
yelled at
no,
by
that is just
my
blatant
Republican
Satan.
colleagues for saying that out
Knowing the
loud.
result
I'm
of
like,
that burning
this is insane.
You've been a
after
leading
World War
voice,
II, if you would still advocate
you know,
for like
Trump
war on
campaigned
that
on
scale,
transparency.
or even what
His
they just did in
administration
Gaza,
campaigned
dude.
on
This is
the
I'm
idea
out.
of
I'm out, dude. Too
reducing,
much.
if not eliminating, corruption in
So
Washington.
Zeus
It's going
is
to be hard to
striking
eliminate it,
people
but
with
you know, campaigned on
thunderbolts. Like, fuck
reducing
off. Dude.
corruption.
I'm out. Go do your thing, dude.
We
You
have a
Satan worshiping
situation now where
motherfuckers.
I don't know, and you could correct me if I'm wrong. Was it how many Republican congressmen and senators voted
What's for
to
breakfast,
keep
people?
the Epstein
I
files
think they're
secret?
gonna do pancakes.
Right?
But has
I mean,
to.
isn't this?
Well,
I mean, I'm confused, right? I'm also
Go after the
confused at an
cigarette.
administration that runs on America first.
Dreamy.
Is we're still arming the
No.
Ukraine.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We're still funding the Ukraine.
Yeah.
We've hopefully just got a
I'm
peace
just
deal
saying.
done with Israel and
Yeah.
Hamas.
Yeah.
Clock is drifting.
But we've given Israel lots
10
and lots
o'clock
of
in the
money.
morning breakfast.
Are you confused?
Fucking
Because
hillbillies.
a lot of us are confused
Yeah.
in terms of what's happening. Why are the
Yeah.
Epstein files not coming out?
Where's my son?
And why are we unable to pull the
Oh
plug
yeah, I noticed
on
that.
some of these foreign entanglements that are costing us billions, if not trillions of dollars?
Great questions. I'll tell you, I've been strapped in a
Right.
front row seat into all of this for about 5 years now. So I'm always a very early indicator. And I think there's a lot. Look, I'm MAGA through and through. There is nobody can challenge my
Fucking how
credentials.
proud we are of
I
his
mean,
sister. Maybe it'll
I
rub
was
off
never
on
a never Trumper.
Right.
I
No,
was
it worked. It could go
always
either way.
100% Donald Trump, 100%
We
America
don't usually
first.
say it.
But here we are, and I'm an action person. I'm like, don't tell me you're going to do these things
Right.
and not do them. And that's what
I
I've
did
always
for a
been upset
while.
over, right?
No, I think
And when we're looking
there was
at,
one time.
it's like, what are we getting? Here we are. What are we, 9 months,
He
10
was.
months in?
I can't remember what happened.
Tomahawk
That was a
missiles
few years
got
ago. Still, I think
the
it was about
president, and I
scouts.
love
So I was
them,
like,
signed
really,
off on
dude?
Tomahawk missiles
You're
to be
gonna let
given
your
to
sister
Ukraine.
like
That's not going to bring peace.
just totally clone me? You like
I'm very
totally
grateful
to take scouts away
that
from
he
you?
is ending the war and doing everything he can to end the
And
war.
he should be given credit for that.
100%. Oh my
100%.
gosh, he genuinely
100%.
for what, for Israel
I
and
think I
Gaza.
even
Okay,
told him,
release the
like,
hostages all day
that's
long.
one of the reasons,
But for the
I thought
love
it
of
was
God,
halfway a
these
good
people
idea
in
that your
Gaza
sister was in scouts
have
with you,
been
that it would like help push
brutally
you
murdered
to get the
and,
shit done,
it's
you know,
over the top,
because
and the
it's
IDF
tough.
is still
Like,
unbelievably controlling and brutal to people at checkpoints. It's not just
not Ryder coattails,
Muslims, it's also
but no,
Christians
he
that
did.
live there. It's everybody. And I'm really thankful that
Sis too,
he's
though.
worked hard
Sis
on
got
that.
lucky. Sis, it's a, you
But
know,
what are we doing? We're buying
she's
out
a
and
girl.
doing a buyout with
That's really
Argentina,
looking for
like
girl, you know, and it's a
$20
much
billion,
smaller
$20 billion,
pool.
bailing
and
them out.
then he just did a
What are you
concert.
gonna do?
I don't know if you saw the president of Argentina was singing and dancing. Like,
Diversity,
I mean, it's unbelievable.
hiring.
You know,
But yeah, that.
again, a lot of people I know
But
can't
even so,
afford
she's
to buy
doing
a
good in
house.
school, and there's
They're
plenty of
not
girls
working.
at SMS,
You
dude. There's
recently
more
said
girls in
something,
there,
I think, about healthcare,
and
which
she's
we'll
still
talk about
doing well,
later
even
on.
for being a
But let's
girl.
go back to
So it was
transparency because I
2
don't
and
want to.
2.
I don't want to let that go.
Yeah.
Everyone that
And it
voted
happens the
for
same with black
Trump
people, whether
vans,
people admit it or not.
everyone
Dude.
was
Yeah, you
like,
can say
release the Epstein
diversity, I
files.
agree.
Right.
But a
This
lot
is
of
not even an
times it's
argument.
like
It's
you're a
not even
minority, whatever you
debatable.
want to say. But
It's
when
not.
they
It's
do
not being a
well
traitor
too,
to the president
and
to
it's when
sign my
those
name
collide that
on a
yeah,
Thomas Massey
there's a lot
discharge
of
petition
people
to
that
release
like
the Epstein
seeing
files. No.
And then
I am staying
people
true to what
from a
we've always said. There
disadvantaged
needs to be
background do
transparency.
well.
and then
But the
that's where
things
you
that have
can
shocked me
say
this
there
past week, and I was thinking about it this morning,
is
I was like,
a
yeah,
slight bit
I've
of
been here in Washington all
legitimacy
week,
in
and I've
that they just
been at my
needed the
office, I've been in the
opportunity
Capitol.
Yeah.
There's 2
to,
things I couldn't find
you
this
know
week.
what I mean?
That's the
I couldn't
American
find
thing.
anywhere
That's why
the
they get
Epstein
all.
files, and I also couldn't find the Republican plan
Yes.
to fix
Yes, you can have a
the
snack.
absolutely
Oh.
destroyed health insurance industry that got
But
wiped out in
Dude.
2015
Oh.
with Obamacare.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like, those are the 2 things I can't find. And when Republicans, and I'm criticizing also Congress
like
big
just like
time.
that, like
I'm really grateful to a lot of the things the
has
president is
always
doing,
been,
but I'm really upset with the
she's a
direction
nice
Congress is
girl, but
going.
she's social.
But when we are
Mhm.
not
Ah.
doing anything to address the cost of living, we aren't
Yep,
doing
yep,
anything
yep.
about Blackstone buying up houses where
Yep.
people, most young people, can't find a house and they're having to
No,
compete
and
in
she
bidding
always
wars.
has been,
Right.
dude. That's
And we're
me.
not doing
Always has
anything
since she was a baby.
about health insurance premiums.
I'm not making
Then,
that up.
for the love of
No.
God, what are
And
we
so
doing?
then, yeah, then you
Right.
give her the
Why are
opportunity.
the Epstein files
And has a
such?
little bit
I
of
mean, we can all
competitiveness,
imagine
like
why they're
we're
such
not that
a
anyway.
you know,
Yeah,
the third rail of
decent
American politics.
Mm-hmm.
Is it because
Then yeah,
a
and then she had
foreign
opportunity.
government or ally
And yeah,
of
just like
America
even when she was fundraising,
was
just like
blackmailing our
No.
she was
politicians?
the
We don't
first
want that
female
out.
Eagle
Is
Scout in
that
Tier 8. So
is
yeah,
that a
they were
crazy thing
hungry
to
to push
suggest?
her.
Is that a wild thing to say, or is that,
Mhm.
in your estimation, a
know.
very likely and possible reason that these things are not coming out?
Well, I can actually, Ty, will you look and
But
get
yeah,
my purse
straight
and
white
hand me my
males,
purse?
dude.
Do you have
It's
the
right
Epstein
up
Got
files?
plenty of
If you have
straight
the
white
Epstein files
males
in
on
your
the
purse
wall.
right now,
That's all it
we're
comes
gonna get
down
more
to.
views than we ever
And if you're a
have.
straight white
I
male,
pray she's
then
about
yeah,
to
you
take
should
the Epstein files
understand
out
that
of this.
shit. That's
If you
part of
take the
fucking.
Epstein files out of
Yeah,
this
if
purse
white man's burden
right
is
now,
real,
I'll
yeah,
tell
white
you.
man's burden
We'll
is
get so
real.
much
They got
YouTube
plenty of
revenue.
white men on the.
I'll buy
Oh
houses
shit!
so
Hold
the
on.
people that can't afford them.
Whoa, you fucker.
I'm going to read you a little list that Thomas Massey read.
Okay.
And I can only read it because he's already read it on the House
Oh, you
floor.
fucker. Really? Really?
This is the most heinous
You're
crime
gonna
ever.
take that.
It's crimes against children.
All my
Okay,
ammo, dude.
this is
You're eating my ammo.
so the women,
Yeah.
these poor women, by the way.
Yeah.
These poor women.
Right.
Raped.
Yeah, I can't just
They
sit out
told
here chilling.
they went in front of the biggest press conference I've ever seen in Washington and stood in front of cameras, shaking, terrified,
Yeah.
and talked about being raped when they were 14 years old.
Jesus.
I mean, and these are there's known hundreds of them, but they think there's an estimated 1,000 or more of women. And these women are begging. They've done everything they can, everything they know how. They went to the police. They've filed lawsuits. They have done everything they can, and they're terrified. There's a group of them. It's not all of them. There's a smaller group of them that really say that it wasn't just him. And they are scared to release the names, and it's understandably so because when you release big names like that,
You get sued.
absolutely
Right.
get sued into the ground. Now Thomas
So, yeah,
Massey read,
that's
and
what's
we don't have those names yet. Okay.
that's
Just
what's
to be
tough
clear, we
for
don't
my
have those
son.
names.
Yeah.
We have
No,
a
'cause that's
description
gonna
of
say
that.
that.
And the bar
So
is
let's
much
go
higher.
over this descriptive
Especially
list.
for
All right.
white
And then
white
people
tall
can really understand why
heterosexual
these
Christian
women and
males.
why I myself
Dude,
said
the
I'm
bar
not
is
suicidal.
that's let's talk
but I
disrespect,
am
dude.
afraid of
Fuck,
this has
man.
been
No,
so
and it's
suppressed.
ruthless out there, bro. And
It
it's
has
in
been so
Oklahoma.
covered up and
There's
it
a
makes
shit
no
ton,
sense. But
huh?
let's just go through a few things.
No, I was thinking that when you're like,
Hollywood
there's
producer
plenty of
worth a few $100 million.
like yellow from the wall.
A
And
royal prince.
no, because it was
A
like it made me
high-profile
think back
individual
to
in the music industry.
oh, the military.
A very
Yeah, when you
prominent
walk,
Like
that's
banker.
that's why the
A
military, if you're a
high-profile government
minority or
official.
female, like
One
yeah,
high-profile
they
former
start trying to
politician.
throw every
One
opportunity.
owner of a
Because
car
when you look at the
company
Audi, it's a
in
bunch
Italy.
of white men. So
One
yeah,
rock
their
star,
unit
one
wants a
magician,
female
half
up there,
a
one a
dozen
black guy up
billionaires,
there,
yeah.
one an
including
Asian
one
guy
from
up there.
Canada.
It's
So,
just
and
because
Thomas
there's
Massey
plenty
read
of
that
of
on the
them.
House
Yeah.
floor. So
Okay,
this is
Yeah.
okay to say.
there's
It's
plenty.
already been said.
Mhm.
Right.
And we have speech
So
and debate
that's
clause.
just
We
how it
can
goes.
talk about this.
Right.
However, when you think about a list like that, those are very powerful
Yeah,
people with a
Sydney,
lot
you
of
got 2 minutes,
influence.
baby.
And that's just the list of these people.
I don't know.
It doesn't
Of course,
include
2 minutes.
the foreign
What's your
country
back?
governments that Jeffrey Epstein was involved in.
Right.
The circles that he walked in, the business that he was able to do. And this guy didn't seem that impressive to be able to end up in that kind of position.
Right. It feels like there's something incredibly damaging, not only to those, incredibly powerful and wealthy people, but it does feel like there's something in the intelligence world they don't want coming to light.
We were told by the women's attorney very specifically in our private oversight meeting that the press wasn't in. We were specifically told, they said, you need the CIA files. They said, get the CIA files.
Which are probably destroyed.
Here's what I think. You know what? I look at a lot of this stuff.
Not to be negative,
No,
but they've destroyed countless.
Absolutely.
Right.
Tim, and any common American knows that.
Yes.
It's like to really think that there's some super duper secret room that really contains this information still
Right.
sitting there is really naive. Probably a lot of information on many issues
Fuck
has
her,
been
dude.
destroyed.
So,
And this is why maybe we'll never find out. But is it worth trying?
1,000%.
Yeah, it's worth
And
trying.
you've become a hero of people, by the way, that have survived sexual assault and rape at the hands of powerful people that couldn't do anything about it. Maybe not necessarily in this case, but people all over the country and the world that are going, they're not seeing a lot of people be a champion for them.
See, that's the message I think. I think that's the message that we're sending to some teenage girl or teenage boy. I mean,
Yeah.
kids,
Whoever, yeah.
people trapped in a situation that they think they can't get out of. Someone that was maybe kidnapped when they were younger and they're being held in a human trafficking situation. If we don't at the top level of our government push for transparency against the most well-known convicted pedophile in history and his network of influence, if we don't push back to release that information, then the message that we're sending these people, and it's very real, is that they have no hope. And I don't ever want anyone like that to think they have no hope.
Reportedly, Trump is talking to the DOJ about, and this could be it could be a headline that I misunderstood, about potentially pardons for Ghislaine Maxwell and Diddy. Is that a joke? I mean, this is in the news.
I know. I hope it's a joke.
Yeah.
George Santos has been in
Right.
solitary
And
confinement.
you wrote him a letter trying to get him out.
Of course. When you have George Santos sitting in solitary confinement, but there's consideration given to P. Diddy and Ghislaine Maxwell,
Yeah, it seems
that's I'm sorry. We can't do that.
Yeah.
And I'll say on top of this, I think the prison system is a terribly flawed system. I think it needs an overhaul all the way around. I'm not for just releasing criminals. I'm not saying that. But I think we could do better in that system, especially, I mean, just given the fact that I know what happened to George Santos and I know what happened to so many people arrested on January 6th.
Right.
And I know their circumstances. We could do a lot better job in that area. But I just have to say that it's not going against the president because the women have already said that he did nothing wrong.
It's about transparency. It's
Yeah.
about releasing what you have.
Yeah.
And it's about treating the American people like adults.
Yeah.
who can handle the reality that a lot of people in this country that are very prominent have done horrible things.
Right.
Yeah.
And we can, Democrats deserve their criticism. They could have done this in the past 4 years.
Well, I
They
think
didn't do it.
it's kind of mutually assured destruction, right?
Yes.
I don't think anyone believes this is like a partisan problem. You know, Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand trusted by over 1.5 million people. Everyone I know is on Nutrafol and they all love it. You can feel great about what you're putting into your body since Nutrafol hair growth supplements are backed by peer-reviewed studies and NSF content certified, the gold standard in third-party certification of supplements. While many supplements rely solely on ingredient studies, Nutrafol clinically tests final formulations to ensure their efficacy using a variety of hair measurement tools. I have friends on this.
How was your
One
run,
of the
big
younger
dog?
comics who opens for me
Good.
has taken this. His hair
Did
is
it?
doing great.
Don't stop.
And
That was good. Good job.
The entire way.
we are still
Oh,
making
yeah.
fun of him, even though he has hair now.
Good job.
And he says, well, you can't make fun of me anymore
I
because
didn't
I have
get any
hair.
massive
We've done
stomach
other
pains,
things to make fun of him about.
I told
His
her,
lack
I
of
think
success
that's wrong with
mainly.
sister.
But
I
see
was
thicker, stronger, faster
like
growing hair
really
with less
athletic
shedding in
in
3 to
high
6
school,
months with
and
Nutrafol.
like
For limited time, Nutrafol is offering our listeners $10 off your first month's subscription and free shipping when you go to Nutrafol.com and enter the promo code Tim Dillon. Find out why Nutrafol is the best-selling hair growth supplement brand at Nutrafol.com. Spelled Nutrafol.com, promo code Tim Dillon. That's Nutrafol.com, promo code Tim Dillon. Pumpkin patches, apple orchards, sweaters, the best parts of fall all have one thing in common. They're better with coffee. With Trade, you can explore roasted, fit your taste. From rich and bold to smooth and nutty, and use them to make all your favorite fall coffee recipes at home. It's like having your own coffee shop tailored to you. I love Trade. It's the #1 coffee destination in the U.S. for both hot and cold coffee drinkers. They've sourced the best beans from over 50 top roasters across the U.S. For cold brew lovers, they've teamed up with 15 roasters to create a special collection made just for cold brew, so every cup comes out smooth and delicious every time. Trade's prices are on par with grocery store brands, but the quality is next level. Whether it's smooth, cold brew, or a cozy hot cup, plus you're supporting local roasters with every cup, it's a win-win. Take their quiz, and in under a minute, they'll recommend coffees you'll love. If that first bag isn't quite right, no problem. Trade will replace it for free until they nail it. Right now, Trade is offering 50% off a 1-month trial at drinktrade.com/Tim. That's drinktrade.com/TIM to get 50% off 1 month. drinktrade.com/Tim. Now, I wanted to talk to you a little bit too about, you've been one of the more vocal opponents of AIPAC, of the incredible amount of influence that AIPAC's lobbying efforts have over people in Congress. And most people don't know what AIPAC is.
Right.
Or, I got to be honest, I knew what it was, but I was unaware of the level of influence that it had. And there was a lobbying group like any other group. The more and more you learn about AIPAC, the more and more you question why it's not registered, right, as a foreign government lobbying.
Absolutely.
And, when you see Netanyahu in the White House all the time, when you see policies that most Americans, I think, find abhorrent, starvation of children.
Terrible.
By the way, I don't think that's because Americans hate Israel. I don't think they do.
I don't hate Israel.
I don't think I don't really know
Jewish
anyone
people
who does.
No. I don't know anybody that does either, as a matter of fact.
Right. So, but they're looking at this. Any criticism, I've lost friends. I've had people unfollow my social media accounts, which is, in my generation, as a 40-year-old, that's very hard. But these are prominent people.
Right.
One of them runs CBS News. Who cares? But over this issue, and I voiced dissent, but by the way, not even nearly what other people said. I was just like, we got to end this.
Yeah.
But the mildest criticism, Megyn Kelly, one of the most moderate people that you can speak to.
She's an independent.
She's really independent.
She is a registered independent.
The mildest criticism of this issue, you are called an anti-Semite.
That's right.
You are said to be way out of the political mainstream and dangerous and everything like that. I've had big agents call me and be like, well, I think you're going down a bad road when you know. What's going on?
I have been shocked by it as well. So it's like popular in Congress to say China bad, Russia bad, but you can't say that we shouldn't be influenced by Israel. Like, what is that? And then I counted up. So here was another thing I couldn't believe. Like, we've never voted on a resolution denouncing the violence against young white males in this country.
Yeah.
No, we would never vote on something like that.
Right.
However, since I've been in Congress, we've had 22 resolutions denouncing anti-Semitism and denouncing
What does
anything.
a resolution to denounce anti-Semitism even do or mean? What even is it?
Nothing. It's just a piece of paper where it says, we as Congress denounce anti-Semitism. Okay, why do we have to vote on that? Don't we already denounce anti-Semitism?
Right.
But we take that, but this is like, it's literally like you just have to keep doing it. You just have to keep doing it.
Right.
You just have to keep doing it. And I counted 22 times since I've been in Congress that we've had those kind of votes. But yet we never denounce other things that are significant and important to what's happening in America.
Right.
Right? And so that was shocking to me. I've never been given any AIPAC money.
Wow.
So I didn't get invited on the super duper special Israel trips.
Did you see that? What is it, 250 people?
It happens every.
Yeah, it was recently. They had one for like 200 people or something.
It's in August.
Oh, it's in August.
It's a routine trip.
Get us on that.
It's a routine trip. When you get elected as a member of Congress, if AIPAC approves of you and they've been donating to you and you're one of their candidates, which is most members of Congress, they take you to Israel. Okay, so just so you know, every August, that's our August recess. That's the 1 month where we're not here in Washington, D.C. We go back to our districts. It's called a district work period. It's a time to get back in your district, back to the people that voted for you, work in your office. For the love of God, see your family and friends. You know, be a normal human a little bit.
Right.
But that's when they take them to Israel, is during our 1 month.
Is this every year?
It's every other year.
Every other year.
Now, they take all the new freshmen that come in, because we're elected every 2 years. So every other year, every 2 years, it's a whole new pack of members of Congress. But not just the freshmen go, a whole bunch of existing members of Congress go on the trips. And they have a Democrat trip and a Republican trip. Well, they bring them in. They spend time in having all types of informative sessions. They meet with members of the Israeli government, the prime minister, of course. Benjamin Netanyahu meets with them, and it's extensive. They go on tours. They spend a lot of time there, and that's what happens. That's what AIPAC does, and AIPAC also is a big group of donors in America, and there's a lot of Christians in the group, and there's a lot of Jews. It's American Jews and Christians, and they donate to all kinds of just state candidates, state and federal candidates, and they donate to them, but it's purely for the purposes of having their support for Israel. And that you have to register under the law, under FARA, if you are a foreign lobbyist for a foreign country. So any American citizen.
So Saudi Arabia.
Sure.
Any of them are registered.
They have to be.
As a foreign lobby.
It's required by law.
One exception is Israel.
For some reason, AIPAC does not have to register.
And Congress people, Democrats and Republicans, are there all the time, hearing from the Prime Minister and the Israeli government about how to better advocate for Israel in America.
Absolutely. They all come back with the same talking points. The reason why we have to continue to give them $3.8 billion every single year because it's for their defense. With the fund their Iron Dome. But by the way, Israel has, they have state-funded healthcare. They have state-funded education, college education. Israel is not anywhere in debt like we are. They're in less than $400 billion in their national debt. We're in $37 trillion in
So
national
in
debt.
the aid that we give them, it's very possible that their state healthcare and their state education, the United States of America is paying for that.
All money is fungible.
Right.
All money is fungible.
Right.
No one can ever say it's not. All
That's
money
right.
is fungible.
That's right.
And then, but here's the most interesting thing. These other foreign countries, they're not taking our members of Congress on trips that last for weeks on August recess periods. That's not happening.
I guess they should start.
Yeah,
Seems effective.
they may be,
Yeah.
that's the pushback. Is all these other countries, they spend a lot more money on lobbying Congress, but I'm like, yeah, but Israel's the only one really coming out, getting our military to fight all their wars for them.
Do you think this generationally seems to be changing? People my age and younger
Drastically.
are looking at the images that came out of Gaza, and they were going, "I'm funding this. Our country is funding this." TikTok just got sold. By the way, I'm sure you know.
I do know.
Okay.
I voted against the TikTok ban, by
Right.
the way. I was one of the few.
Right. It's very interesting to me that
But
TikTok
yes, now
was
it's-
just sold to Larry Ellison, who is the single largest private donor to the IDF
Right.
in the world.
I just learned that recently as well.
Yes. And, I mean, you can donate to anything you want. God bless.
Sure.
However, it does seem interesting, curious, perhaps, that the largest social media app in the world that was the driver of a lot of anti-Israel sentiment amongst young people in the West, primarily America, was recently bought by the largest donor to the IDF,
To the Israeli military.
Larry Ellison. His son recently purchased Paramount, which includes, CBS News. Barry Weiss, who we like, charming. We like Barry Weiss. But Barry has a political agenda. I don't think that's, is that shocking to someone? I don't think it's shocking. She now runs CBS News.
Cleaning the bathroom
there are
and the room,
talks
probably.
to
Right?
potentially for the Ellison family to buy Warner Brothers, Discovery, or I believe that David Zaslav runs that now. There's talks about that, which owns CNN. Okay. When we look
Everything
at
is attitude
what's
dependent.
unfolding right now
Sad but true.
in terms of
Sad but true.
access to information, censorship, okay?
Yep.
Are we troubled? A lot of people I know are troubled. A lot of people I know feel that this is a power grab to try to control the information coming out of that region.
Gee, have we ever seen that before?
Yeah, right.
You can't.
So
no,
I'm just-
you can't
I
go
mean,
to screen in front of us.
We've never been through that.
It's cold and it'll hurt your feet.
So, I mean, now if you point this out, if you point it out, I will be called a conspiracy theorist or something.
Anti-Semite, for sure.
Whatever it is.
Okay, well,
you know what I mean?
Princess Crown.
But everything I just said was just a fact.
Those are just facts.
These are just facts. They have nothing to do with
You
opinions.
said-
I'm not editorializing at all, by the way.
You said a company was sold. Here's who
Well,
bought it.
Right.
Here's one of their biggest donations is to a foreign country's military.
Yeah.
No, these are all just facts.
These are all facts.
Yep.
So, I mean, as a member of Congress, are you worried about consolidation in the media sphere with regard to the information that Americans are getting? Not only about this conflict, but about everything.
Yes. And so in 2022, I took to my personal Twitter account on January 2nd, and I created a massive tweet thread all about COVID and against the vaccines and why they shouldn't be approved by the FDA and against masking and just went 100% against what was supposed to be the talking point for
Right.
COVID. and I'm a member of Congress. And literally that day, my Twitter account I was permanently banned on Twitter.
Permanently banned.
Yep.
A member of Congress.
Sitting member of Congress. My account got permanently banned.
For saying things that probably a lot of what you were saying now is completely non-controversial.
Uh-huh.
Right.
And my reaction to that, am I allowed to say words on this?
You say anything you want.
Okay, my reaction to that was, fuck you.
Right.
Okay.
Unless Larry Ellison just bought my YouTube channel, which I will sell him. And if he buys my YouTube channel, then this whole interview's cut. But go on.
Yeah. So by permanently banning my free speech, no one changed my mind. As a matter of fact,
right.
I got deeper ingrained in it.
Right.
And I got more radicalized in it. And I would refuse to wear a mask on the House floor. And Nancy Pelosi fined me $2,500 every single day that I walked on the House floor not wearing a mask. And I got more vocal, and I got more angry.
And she invested that money.
Legally. So, no, but I got more radicalized in my opinions.
Right.
I was like, how dare they? They completely silenced me over this. I'm going to tell you right now, toothpaste is out of the tube.
Right.
And it is smeared all over the bathroom.
Right.
Not only is it younger generations, I would say 40 and under, but it's also in my generation. And the baby boomers, they're too glued to Fox News and CNN every day. However, all these young people, I don't care who owns TikTok, there is not going to be any mass programming and propaganda campaign that is going to change their opinions.
Right.
And they're going to get censored, I guarantee you. And they're going to get shadow banned or whatever happens on TikTok. It will start happening. I bet it already has started happening.
Right.
And that's not going to go well.
From seed oils to stress, toxins to pollutants, the modern world is screwing with our health at the cellular level, leading to exhaustion, brain fog, digestive issues, and more. But here's one thing. You don't have to settle for feeling like garbage 24/7. Armor Colostrum is nature's original health hack, packed with over 400 bioactive nutrients that fortify gut integrity, strengthen immunity, revitalize hair growth, fuel stamina, elevate focus, and help you function like a human again. We've worked out a special for my audience. Receive 15% off your first order. Armor Colostrum. I'm telling you right now, so many people I know, including myself, are starting to use this, and we are so thrilled that we have found it because we are feeling more focused, we're feeling more energetic, we have strengthened immunity, fortified gut health, ignited our metabolism, vitalized hair growth, enhanced skin radius, fueled performance and recovery. Armra Colostrum. They're not a supplement, ingredient, or superfood. They're a bioactive whole food or bioactive food. They're not physician developed, they're physician founded. It's not a formula, it's not a process, it's pure, potent, natural, and clean. It's not beef colostrum or breast milk or milk. It's both.
Oh, dude, I don't even know what's fucking happening right now, dude.
We balance and strengthen your immune health. We've worked out a special offer for my audience. Receive 15% off your first order. Go to tryarmra.com/Tim or enter TAM to get 15% off your first order. That's tryarmra.com/Tim. Tryarmra.com/Tim. Armor Colostrum. I'm telling you right now, it is so cool. You're going to love it. Everyone loves it. Energy, focus, strength. You're eating French fries at the beach and you want to take a quick dip in the ocean, so you put a seagull on watch. That's not security, that's catering for the seagull. There's a reason you wouldn't trust a seagull with your French fries, just like there's a reason you wouldn't trust your insurance company with your case. Because when people show up, whether it's for help or answers or for justice, they deserve somebody who's actually on their side. There are plenty of reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, Morgan & Morgan has been fighting for the people just like you and me. They've got more than 1,000 lawyers and 100 offices nationwide. Hiring Morgan & Morgan is just like hiring an army that has your back. If you're injured by somebody else's negligence, you deserve to be paid. And here's the truth. Not all law firms are the same. Hire the wrong one, and you may be beat before you even start. If you are ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. For more information, go to forthepeople.com/Tim. That's forthepeople.com/Tim. This is a paid advertisement. When you look at an issue like healthcare, an issue like affordability. Has the administration done enough to help the quality of people's lives?
At this point, prices, inflation is stabilizing, sort of, but prices have not come down at all.
The job market
Job market is still extremely difficult. Wages have not gone up. Health insurance premiums are going to go up. Car insurance goes up every year. People's homeowners insurance goes up. Rent is going up. Young people have no hope of buying a home. And then when they try to buy a home, they end up, like I said, they end up competing with like Blackstone or somebody else.
The average home buyer now is 38 years old. It just came out.
Right.
The average home buyer, 38.
On the flip side, baby boomers can't sell their homes.
Right.
They pay massive capital gains taxes. They don't know, like, well, what do I move to? How do I downsize? I can't replace what I have.
Right.
So there are problems on both ends.
Right.
These are the issues that matter so much to Americans. These are the issues. I know people that literally, some of my own personal family members, some of my own personal friends, they're getting by month to month, charging up their credit cards. Literally, that's how they're getting by, charging up their credit cards. And no, all I've seen is a revolving door of foreign leaders in the White House. That's all I've seen.
Qatar.
Of course.
All these different countries that are positioning themselves as partners of,
Right. And so I do appreciate the president's efforts. He's trying to end wars. He's also trying to make it fair again for American trade. But at the same time, that is bumpy. It's bumpy.
It's bumpy.
And I'm talking to major manufacturing companies they're saying we support the president, we support what he's trying, his long-term goal, but we're having problems with these tariffs. And now we're having problems. We can't get supplies from this country, and we can't get supplies from this country. And there's problems. But have regular people's bank accounts been affected? Has the stress come off? No, that has not happened yet, and that needs to be the major focus. It shouldn't be about helping your crypto donors or your AI donors or welcoming in these people that hated you and spent money to try to beat you, but all of a sudden are excited to come out to the new Rose Garden patio.
Yes.
That shouldn't be the focus. The focus should be the people that showed up at the rallies, stood there for freaking 18 hours trying to get in the rain, in the cold, in the 100-degree heat. For those people, those are the ones that I care about. Those are the ones that voted for not only the president, but every single Republican gave us power. I don't think those people
that's why it's all okay.
And that's the constituency.
Yeah, how bad is it?
That's the one that matters.
I
To
really
me,
couldn't
that's
see,
the
but they have a
only one
big
that matters.
truck.
That's the only
I'm
one
not
that
sure.
matters.
That's the only one that
Like
matters.
all their stuff's out,
You're
all
not
the furniture's been
concerned
ripped out.
if Sam Altman has enough money,
The doorway's like black with soot.
Elon,
When I ran past
Tim
there, the
Cook,
entire
or Mark
inside was black.
Zuckerberg.
So I
Yeah.
assume
They
like the
seem
whole.
to be doing fine.
They're doing just fine.
They seem to be doing fine.
It may
Why
have
do
not
so few
burnt, but
people
that smoke is
talk like
serious.
you're talking?
Mhm.
And
Right,
when
so
people say
my
things like
dad
this,
says he thinks the
it's
fire may have
very
started breaking the
obviously
carport or something.
popular
But yeah,
with
once that black
people.
heat started pouring out. Yeah, such a painful.